Good morning. Good morning. It is Thursday, May 9th. It is the 8th day of the Karen Reed trial. I wish those would just line up. It would make it so much easier if we could just do day 9 on the 9th, but that's not going to work. It is day 8,932 of the Karen Reed trial. Law Nerd, replay crew, love you. Everything's linked down below. And just a reminder that all of my summaries of the case day by day are up on the Quick Bits channel. If you have the Law Nerd app, it'll let you know where. Yesterday, we finally started getting into really civilian witnesses. The friends of John O'Keefe who were with him and Karen Reed leading up to him and Karen Reed, I believe, because we haven't seen this evidence yet, leaving the Waterfall Bar and heading to 34 Fairview. So we are now getting up in time to when they leave the Waterfall Bar, and we are hearing from those who were at CF McCarthy's before, and then the group that all met up at the Waterfall. Part of that group was there first. Other people joined in later, and we're starting to piece together the things that happened earlier in the night. We saw Karen Reed and the victim interacting in a very fun and loving way. We saw this group having fun with one another. It strikes me that because all of these families have talked about how busy they are with kids' activities, how busy Saturdays are. It seems to me that everyone knew it would start snowing sometime in the early morning hours, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., whatever. And so they all just went, snow days. Snow days. Saturday's a snow day. We're going out. We'll all get home. Snow day. So I think all of them were like, we've got Saturday off, friends. We're going out Friday night. We're going to get back into live court. To everyone that lives in the path of last night's storms like I do, I'm sure you're exhausted. We did not wrap our last tornado warning until 3 a.m. So it was a really, really long night with very high winds, lots of rain, tons of lightning, and tornadoes locally for me. So we are fine. Our home is fine. Our neighbors now south a little bit. Though there's lots of damage, not too many people were injured. So it's going to be a long day today, but it's only a half day in court. So if my brain stops working, I apologize. I got very, very little sleep last night because I'm the one in the family that gets woken up by thunder anyway. So I'm the one that keeps all the weather warnings and the NOAA, NOAA radio, and all the rest of it. So I'm tired. Have I had coffee yet? No. I need to finish my greens first, and my kids don't have school today because of flooding. So I slept just a little bit. So it was just every now and then, you know, when you live here, the weather sometimes weathers. Still, I have a heads up and I can prepare, which is different than getting shaken out of your bed by earthquakes, which is how I spent most of my life. So all of you, I appreciate you. To all the weather streamers who were streaming until 3 a.m., I appreciate you. We are going to go to court right now. If any of you are watching on other channels, please give us a moment because the second they do a sidebar, we catch up. So thank you for allowing us to be on the time and in court when we are. Let's roll.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
All right, our volume is getting turned up and we're going right into court. Hear ye, hear ye. Bring the jury. I miss it.
Bring the jury.
I stepped on the hear ye. I can't step on the hear ye. I love it so much.
Bring the jury.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I think closed captioning said justice on the golf box.
The Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel?
So there's that.
For the record.
Mallory to the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Tallally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I've almost exhausted my
Good morning,
trial
Mr.
notebook.
Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the ministry.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Jurors.
Those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to?
We were on witness 22.
refrain from
We had just
discussing
finished witness 22.
we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, even inadvertently, since we met yesterday? Okay, so I am going to see counsel at sidebar for just a moment.
Most people said no. What she said is, did anyone come across anything even inadvertently? Most people said no. One juror raised their hand. And that could be as simple as watching the news at night and having it come up, listening to the radio and having it come up. So there are ways that it can come up inadvertently. So they are going to see that juror at sidebar, and we are going to zoom past all of that as they call the next witness to the stand.
Let's give the court and jury let's give the court and jury the case now and here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. Thank you.
So this will be witness 23.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
Well, it's going to be a busy morning.
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
That's going to be a busy
almost
morning.
2 years. Sorry.
We don't need your address, sir. It's weird.
How long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
Is that when you were born, sir?
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
Oh, no.
And prior to living
Born in 1970
Maple,
then.
where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, she's going to kill me.
Probably. No brownie points for you.
21 years, around 21 years.
Lolly,
You
these aren't
mentioned,
supposed to be
you and your wife,
trick
Julie,
questions.
Yeah.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25
know.
years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same?
Knows how long he's owned the pizza shop much easier than he knows how long he's been married. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Same industry pretty much my whole
I'm
life.
just saying. I'm just saying.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza Shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff. Yes.
Now, when you lived on
I'm just saying.
Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house. I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows. It's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or all, on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses
This
from top
isn't
to bottom on both sides.
Supposed to be a pop
And
quiz.
then how about
Lolly.
between 1 and 7?
So there's two. There's two houses between mine and John's.
I'm gonna start quoting the movie
Your
Speed.
houses, both odd numbers, are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
So your neighbors.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would
Like
also
in a
come to
group?
my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew Patrick in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. We usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
6?
And, what are
Well, we haven't even scratched the half of it yet if he has 6 siblings. We've only gotten into a handful. Well, at least now we're getting the family tree. What if any siblings do you not have? I mean, I was thinking 3 because we've only really heard about 3. I'm very surprised by that answer just because we haven't heard about the others.
what are the names of your
Yeah, who are all your
So my
siblings?
oldest
Name 'em.
is my older brother Brian.
Name 'em.
I have a sister Kathleen. I have she's older than me, and then I'm next in line, and then I have a brother Kevin, then a brother Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 O's.
Timmy.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the
He
third
told
oldest.
you. He told you when he
Now, your older
answered.
brother Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
Oh,
And your brother Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John,
Tell me more
O'Keefe,
about
are you
that.
Familiar with what he did for work?
Yes, yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E Pizza Shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew Patrick.
And do you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
did you talk to Mr. O'Keefe?
Plans for later in
Did you talk to Mr. O'Keefe?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Friendly?
That was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop that?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit,
Going across
and then
the street.
leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough.
Talk
I'll
to the
text you
boss.
when I leave.
That's
And
so
then,
funny.
then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall. And I said, where are you? And go ahead. Sorry.
And where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
That's
familiar
funny.
with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall in relation to that?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you were?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple and the library is like 2 buildings
Lovely,
after me on the
does it?
left-hand side.
Okay.
And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
I'm waiting for him to be asked, what if any
And,
pizza
the
do you serve
library
at your
that's
pizza
around
shop?
where you live, is that the only public library? In
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And
If-
so
If something didn't happen at this library, Lolly, I will never forgive you. I don't give any shits about where the public library is. All of these jurors probably know exactly what we're talking about already because they know the downtown area of Canton because they are local.
again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to Waterfall?
Just
Around
before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
He got a text from
I think
John.
my wife said, "Are you coming down? Are you there?"
Wife was already there.
She was down there, so I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize when you came?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open, and my wife was there.
When you got to the waterfall, who did you
Matt
see?
was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law Nicole was there. My niece Caitlin was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with. I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but
I mean, you have 7 brothers and sisters.
she's lived in Canton for a long time.
Six.
My brother Brian is married to her sister Nicole, so I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr.
Carolyn,
O'Keefe
no,
were in common with
I
Mrs.
did,
McCabe.
I
Be
did
one
not
of those
just
people?
burp. I
Yes,
scratched
yeah.
my face.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
I'm actually kind of
How
pissed
close
we haven't
to
heard
your
what the
table
band
was
was
live?
playing yet.
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
We know everything
I'd say
else.
pretty loud in there.
Pretty loud, yeah.
We don't know what type of
And when you
band.
walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people at the table?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
Didn't want pizza,
And
I
throughout
guess.
the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking.
Though
correct?
working at a restaurant,
Sure.
I imagine he didn't have
And,
time to sit and eat.
What were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
He was
Now,
trying
you
to say
mentioned that
sure.
Initially, when you get there,
It ended up being a
yourself,
yeah.
Brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point,
Oh, no,
shortly after
sir.
that- or at some
Sir.
points,
Don't you apologize. It's not you. It's Lolly. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry. No, you're not confused. Lolly's confused.
Who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table, your group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an
We don't
ATF
know.
agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
He's just
So
around.
you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, well, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother,
Junior?
Brian's son.
So Junior.
Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your brother, your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
I said, it's a high population
Now,
of Brian's
at some point
folks.
later in the evening, who, if anyone
Is
else,
a popular name.
also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You just identify as to where she's seated? Or
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
It's all right. The rest of the words Lolly was going to say are irrelevant. Just cut him off. It's fine. I mean, the court
Now,
reporter's going to go nuts at
prior
some
to
point, but
Mr.
just,
O'Keefe coming into the
we're fine with it.
waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe? before
did you
that?
text any more?
I don't think nothing before I got to the waterfall.
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communications you recall in regard to who was there or who was going to be there?
With Mr.
Every
O'Keefe?
question now.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." And he said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there."
I said, Brian, and he said, sir, that gives me zero information. Which Brian? Brian's there. Which one?
And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe, and then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes,
And how would you describe their relationship as far as you?
good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with the glass underneath her jacket, and I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
I was in the way of
That
the
was under a
demonstration of
Yeah,
the
it was
glass.
like she pulled it out.
What? I'm confused about the glass in the coat.
The defendant came in with the glass underneath her jacket, and I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
From the other bar.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under a coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled
That's
it out.
leading. So from CF McCarthy's. So it sounds like she took her drink, he says, from CF McCarthy's across the street to the waterfall.
Now, if you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10,
But
I
like
would
a-
say
Skinny vodka soda glass.
10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like
No,
that?
not at all.
Ready for a snow day.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it's like a long sleeve shirt.
It had
Is
a
that what he
hood,
was wearing when
but it
he
wasn't
walked
like as thick as
Yes.
a hoodie.
in? At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now,
Well, we're gonna have
as
to
far
find out at some
as
point where the
your
jacket
observations,
comes
Mr.
from.
O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that? When you saw him?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area that he went to?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And
He could have just
as
said
far as
the
sort
same
of this
table?
length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after, someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up.
So it was the house you grew up in, and somehow your brother sold it and retired after this happened and got rid of their beloved family dog? That's okay.
From the time that you moved
Okay.
in.
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
Lolly, there's a lot of
In relation
nieces
to
and
this
nephews,
evening,
I
January
imagine.
28th, that the ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it.
For it to be a ritual, you have to have done it at one point. It seems like a fun thing to do with your family, especially if you have 6 siblings and those siblings all have kids, or 6 total, and those siblings all have kids. It seems like you might need a whole pizza shop to get the family together. It seems like a cool family tradition, but it's not really a family ritual if you've never done it before.
And I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking.
Does
Yeah.
it matter? I don't know.
To January 28th.
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple of months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
Can I
And so what,
tell
if any,
where Lolly's going with any of this?
conversation from your
Never.
end, as far as, obviously, it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to doing that?
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it.
Might explain all the light
every
beer.
year. It's like a charity. We do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
And your wife, Julie.
He was drinking light beer,
how long was
folks.
she at
Light
the bar?
beer, less calories.
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Thank you, Savannah. You're the first one in the chat I saw that
Later
got
on
my
in the
movie
evening,
reference.
what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of Fireball shots for the group.
Did you sing the song?
And who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up at the water?
I think they called last call right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And
Yeah,
as
the
far
band
as,
was out of there in
the
like
group
3
that you were
minutes.
with, at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And
At
when you
least
came out
somebody
of the bar,
did.
What, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or the
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well.
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
But when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left onto Washington.
Maybe sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Mouse a Cookie asked, why is the chat anti-fireball? I would imagine the drink, not the song by Pitbull. I would imagine we have a high percentage of
Now,
folks in the
as
chat
far
that get
as,
headaches, and that is the
throughout the course of the
correlation
evening,
between the
you
lack of love for
Have
Fireball.
occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe you mentioned that he went to the bar and he got a beer.
Because Fireball,
Was that the
immediately,
only
it's
beer
too
that
sweet,
you
it gives
saw
me a
him
headache.
having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the Fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that
Not
the
a
same
whiskey
glass
drink
that she had come into the
or a cider
establishment
drink.
with under her coat, or was it a different glass?
It's going to be like that today.
Believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that
I
night?
did not.
And about what time was it that you got?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now is actually.
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like
Oh, God.
14 and 18
I would
then.
fail at that.
And so your oldest son.
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
Well, thank him for his
and
service.
Did you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home? Were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
The Fireball wasn't working, sir.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to.
I seem to remember when I was in college at UMass, Goldschlager was incredibly popular for the same reason. Might be why I don't like Fireball, actually. I love a flavored whiskey, just not cinnamon.
If I could have from Channel 3 the second video down.
It might have been the Goldschlager that did, man. That really might be the that might be the repressed memory of why I don't like Fireball.
Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any.
My apologies.
Guess it felt very fancy with the gold flakes.
So, sir, what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Basically, just click that button and point it up.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention
Let me
to
move
about
the-
where the high top is and then about where.
This is harder to see today just because of how much light is reflecting into the courtroom. The courtroom has windows with a lot of natural light that are reflecting on this screen. That's why it's a little harder to see today. Anyone who didn't watch yesterday afternoon, it was a bit darker in the courtroom and it was a little easier to see this video.
You were seated at that height.
Don't worry, the jury will have it back in the jury room. They
So
can
here's the
watch it
high top.
again. But for us,
And
the light reflecting off the screen is a
I
little
can't really
tough.
see myself, to be
Yeah,
honest with you, this
because
far
it's-
away.
Get up,
But
let him get up and walk over
somewhere,
to
I
it.
think I ate on this side here,
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
back here. Wait. Oh, so this is from walking
Yep.
into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention where that was.
On this side over here, it's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
Natural light will do that.
And is
I
Kelly,
like
if
when it
could
makes
ask
it
you to,
fuzzy. Today I
fast
need it.
forward to 10:54.
So we're at 10:54 p.m. The band is still playing.
And, I would
People
ask
are
if you could
by the
play
high
that
top
from
tables. There's like 2
10:54 to about
tables,
10:57.
one covered in glasses, one with people around it, and then the bar on the far side. You can see the bartender. Oh no, that's not the bartender. That's somebody talking. Like a light from the table, maybe.
I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman.
Somebody's computer is talking in
Now,
court.
Mr.
Who
Alba,
doesn't
looking
have
up
their
at the
computer
screen,
muted?
As far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
So it would be off sort of towards the left, is that correct?
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
The timestamp is literally right where this entire group of folks are. You see people coming in
As far as
that clearly sees the group
individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
because they
I do.
went like
That's
this.
John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56.
It is? Oh, there's the sleeves. I couldn't tell the dark sleeves because of the reflection. So what was that? 10:54? And then he's going around saying hi to everybody. I think the witness called that chatting everybody up, not in a flirty way, but in a social way, like he's just walking around talking to everybody. The timestamp.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down.
Marion in the chat asked, wait, my chat jumped. There's a bunch of you here. Marion in the chat asked, why are we watching this? I don't know.
Now,
I don't know where
Mr.
Lolly's
Alba, as far
going.
as your son, Colin, do you
I don't know where Lolly's going. I don't know what he's asking. I don't know what's important here. You know what it would have helped? If he had pointed out specific things in his opening statement so we knew why it was important. We're just having a bunch of information hurled at us. And it's like, why? I don't know.
sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And
Colin.
he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son?
I'm going to back that up because that will matter to the defense's argument. I'm sure we'll get to it more in cross, but he's asking where his son.
Colin.
Do you know where your son Colin was sort of that evening or sort of was that evening?
Sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know
That's-
what time your son came home?
That's
that
so
night?
I know
leading.
that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
But it's leading.
Yes,
And how do you know that?
because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son got home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah, that was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about, obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
Um, 8-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened
You
after?
could have just said it's something we
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found
I don't know why
somewhere on the
this
front
is not all
lawn
hearsay.
of 34 Fairview.
I don't know why it's not all hearsay. It is hearsay. Nobody objected. It's a thing about court. Somebody's got to
Following
object.
receiving that information,
He's going to argue it's
where did you go, or
That.
where did you and your wife?
it
I was-
informs what he did
I was in
next.
shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house.
And about what time?
And that's why
was
they
it
would argue it's
you
not
know
hearsay.
that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
Who was
To
there?
the best of my
The
recollection,
house wasn't empty.
sorry, excuse me. From what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk
Let
to?
me guess who it was.
2
And where was that?
at my condo.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Huh.
Okay, cross-examination.
This
Thank you,
will be
Ron.
interesting.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Chat,
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
be honest. Who was just waiting for Lolly to stop asking questions to get to cross? Is it you? Were you waiting? I was waiting. I was like, what is the point of this testimony? Tell me what the point was of this testimony. He was at the waterfall. He walked home. It might be that he walked home. He left around 12:10 and his son came home 10 minutes later. So if it's a few minutes to walk home, that maybe gives us a time on when the son came home. But the son will have to testify to that at some point.
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were
Karen
4
bringing the
years
glass.
old.
Yes, that did happen.
Correct.
And the house
And them all talking
to
together, I
which
guess.
you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
He's like, me. It would be
And
me.
You
It would be me.
currently own D&E Pizza in Canton.
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years.
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there,
Yes.
you work there,
Yes.
you have family there,
Yep.
you raised your kids there,
Yep.
and you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton. Or
Recently elected.
the town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town. Correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton.
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can
Thought
do
it was
that.
pretty clear.
You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife Julie Albert
Correct.
and your son Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton.
it's like, I don't know what you mean by that.
I guess.
Oh, I was trying to grab
You would
the
agree with me
subtitles.
that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton.
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton.
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
That's
No.
sustained. You've got another witness you can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
Why?
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
No, why?
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
The judge doesn't get to decide what witness you get to ask what questions of. That's not her job. It's not her job. She doesn't get to say, you have another witness to ask it of. Is it a proper question or not? And now the attorney needed to lay the foundation for it, but now he's laying the foundation for it. And I don't think he has to ask another witness. He's allowed to ask this witness. So I'm going to zoom us forward in time while they're at this, what's probably going to be an extended sidebar. They started to talk about all of this yesterday when they said how many pictures they were going to show this witness. So that was a fairly long sidebar, actually. And this is why we give ourselves a little room on the stream so we don't have to sit through them. So Courtney Proctor is the sister of Michael Proctor. And there's a
I
wedding.
believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years.
He's trying to ask
Or if
a
that's,
question.
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
That does misstate.
Next question, Mr. Yannetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
Well, how
About
long have you
15
known
years or
Courtney?
so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz,
The former Canton police chief.
and how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
Ken,
I became friendly with him, sure.
you just called him by his first name in
How would you
court.
characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be a long cross-examination. We're going to catch up to real time here pretty soon, and we're not going to be able to zoom. This one, though, blessedly seems pretty quick.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to
Look at this
take a look at
photograph.
it, and if you can let the jury
Do you have a
know.
hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have. a-
Denied unless
Why
you
don't you
say,
show
look
it
at
to the
this
witness?
photograph.
Put it in
Do that.
evidence.
Thank you, Ron.
Denied.
And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you can't publish it
Yes.
if it's not in evidence yet. That's fair of the judge to ask.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Did
Yes.
you look at this
What does it
photograph?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And,
calls him Kenny.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
55.
He's just calling him Kenny.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
Sorry if I've triggered you all to sing Nickelback in your brains. It happens to me too.
Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Was that the campaign event?
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, the event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
Not shocked, honestly.
Your photo down, Mr. Davis.
Don't think he's being evasive on that. Did Mr. Lawley tell you this would be coming up? Nope. Is anyone surprised by that? Is anyone surprised by that? Lawley's like, well, you know who you know. Good luck. Not
You would
shocked.
agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you
I wanna know
became
when he was
a town
elected.
selectman
Yeah.
shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that
how recently was
Kenny
he elected?
Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
How would he know?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, it's compound.
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
It's compound.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Well, that's not the issue, Lolly. It's compound. That's the
I'm
issue.
not sure. I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under
You got to go one by
Berkowitz,
one.
correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian
This is why you have to go one by one. He asked a man with 5 siblings and then himself, so 6. Doesn't your family have both personal and professional relationships with this individual? And he's like, sir, it's fair. That's a lot of people. Go one by one. This sibling, that sibling. Do you know this? Do you know that? Go ahead, break it down. But when you group it all together, it's impossible to answer accurately because, like, what? Oh, sorry, 6 siblings plus him for 7. That's right. 7 total. It's compound in my mind too. I haven't had coffee yet.
is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He
wrote
may
down all
be.
the
Not
names.
sure.
I don't know
And
everyone
as
my
far
brother's
as
friend with.
Your, ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me
Yep,
that,
7. Sorry, guys.
Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there. Maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours.
We're friends.
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
In this courtroom,
Now,
it does
your
all day
older
long,
brother,
every day.
Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
He was in the fugitive unit.
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ask Brian.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his, wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously. Correct?
Sure.
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
I mean,
Of course.
yes.
you hung out with your siblings
And,
growing up.
You still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be
That's what
happy
he's-
about that, correct?
That's what he's trying to get at.
You know that Brian would stick up for your
That's
kids,
what he's trying
correct?
to get at.
Objection.
Gonna get sustained.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
No,
You
that's
know?
appropriate.
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
Why does it matter?
In high school,
Yes.
Did he play in college? Because now I have questions. I just want to know.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
That's an odd connection.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2020.
He seemed genuinely
correct?
surprised by that question.
And before that, you lived at
Like,
7 Meadows
He
Ave in
seemed
Canton.
genuinely surprised by that
Correct.
question.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you.
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean by familiar?
What?
You knew who he was.
Sir, what?
You know, you became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
I mean, what do you mean
Two
by
of your
background?
brothers are or were police officers,
I mean, is that a
correct?
background?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew
Was his
friends
dad a cop?
of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
I mean, it seems that everybody has.
Correct.
And you've drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And we were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to...
Kind of what happens when your friends are
I'd like
cops.
to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has
Have we established anything? Please tell us what we've established.
been a friend of yours for years.
What, if
correct?
anything?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury
Kenny.
Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yep, we clocked that.
I know Kenny. Yep.
And
Not the question, but the
he's
point's made.
actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
I mean, the point is made.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
Hey, that's,
I'll let that one question.
yeah, that's fine.
Couple.
There's got to be he does not look happy with this. There's got to be some pretrial rulings that the defense is treading around. I don't know what those are. I'm sure we will find out after this trial is over when we dive back into some of the pretrial motions. But The jury is sitting there watching this back and forth and is probably still left with the impression that these people are friendly and that the prosecution doesn't want them to know about it, because the prosecution is just objecting and objecting and objecting. I don't know if we'll get into it on another witness. We might, but at this point, why is the prosecution objecting so much to whether or not he knows one of the officers? And doesn't that just look worse that the prosecution just continues to object when it's clear that they know each other? Honestly, if it's part of a pretrial ruling, then object and approach. But it's odd. It's just, it draws more attention to the thing, doesn't it? Streisand affected this witness's relationship with people in the town.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to
He knows Lang.
question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper, correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes,
You knew him by face, correct?
correct,
And you knew him by name, correct?
correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Sustained.
The point's been made. I don't know what
What did he say
I don't know what that objection
when he
is.
first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
That calls for hearsay.
May we be seen as sidebar?
Sure.
But it's going to get to, hey, Chris, we're here to ask you some questions. The entire media gallery is on their cell phones. I wonder what else is going on. I'm trying not to be on my cell phone. We're going to zoom. I imagine this is going to be a long sidebar. So we're going to catch up to real time.
Second family.
Objection.
Do you consider him Michael Proctor?
Oh.
Michael.
I went too far.
Precise.
There we go. You guys keep in mind how you feel about the amount of contention over this witness vis-a-vis every other witness we've seen. Does it feel different to you? Does it feel like more is happening to you? Does it feel like the prosecutor woke up and remembered that they can object? And what does that make you think as you're sitting here watching this? And the jury's sitting there through all the times I'm zooming and waiting and waiting and waiting and watching the faces of the attorney, which I wish we could see, but watching the faces of the attorneys up at sidebar with the judge. Because I guarantee you those attorneys, maybe not all, at least some of those attorneys are animated in their conversation with the judge, even if they're not loud.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you.
Yeah, because it was hearsay.
Meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say.
Just ask. When he walked in, you knew who he was. When he walked in, you knew who he was.
How do you do? I am Michael Proctor, correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the
Objection,
Alberts
Your
are
Honor.
their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
I immediately want to go back and listen to it again. How about you? Yep. The jury doesn't get to, but I immediately want to go back and listen again. What it means when the judge say that is stricken, and I don't know if the judge will tell the jury or not, but what it means when it's stricken is they are supposed to put it out of their mind. They are supposed to forget. But the shit is out of the horse, and that's why it's so hard when you push into these questions that the judge is going to sustain. The judge is like, you cannot. And the jury's like, wait. Tell me more.
Family who have posted publicly that the
Objection,
Alberts
Your
are
Honor.
their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question.
Have posted publicly that the Alberts are a second family. He touched his face a whole lot there.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Sustain.
It was asking for his impression if it was odd.
Now,
His
you
impression.
testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
That's odd.
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
A cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
Interesting.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
A lot of my neighbors' cell phone numbers. I don't give my cell
So I
phone number to
believe you
anybody.
testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes of 10
And you were
p.m.
texting him.
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would
He
have
doesn't
had
like this
before
line of
going out?
questioning.
No.
And would you have drank that beer as
I wonder
you were
why.
cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
He said he was hungry when he got to the
When did
waterfall.
you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
He said he hadn't eaten all day, and that's
It's a
why he
long
was so
time ago.
hungry
I'm not sure.
when he got to the waterfall.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
No, he said he left before closing.
Yes.
He said they weren't quite closed yet
And
when he
the
left.
waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes.
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And we've seen it
the
on
food that
video.
you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Oh, now we get to know if there's
Probably
mozzarella
like
sticks.
potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
All right. And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right. And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after
Potato
you
skins
got
are so
there,
good.
Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
Y'all, he said he was doing the weight loss challenge
In
as a
fact, you
fundraiser.
testified that
I don't
you
know,
had
man. He didn't want
seen
pizza.
him around
He wanted
quite a
potato
bit,
skins.
correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton police station, correct?
That's what he said.
I knew that he worked there.
did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yep.
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
It's making me hungry.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Counsel, if you asked me to characterize the relationship that my brother, and I've only got one, has with his coworkers and his other friends, there'd be maybe 2 or 3 I'm sorry to any of you that are friends with my brother. There's maybe 2 or 3 that I could, on the witness stand, say, yes, I know these people are close with my brother.
Friends?
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's argumentative, but yeah, there is.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did,
I mean, he's asking
there
him
was
he's asking for speculation. Defense is asking this witness to characterize how his brother perceives his relationship to a third party. So it's a hard thing. And my brother and I lived in a town of 16,000. And so again, knew each other. But if you're asking me to characterize somebody else's relationship and someone else's perception of their relationship to a third party, it's real hard. But anyway, he's going to have to ask Brian Albert these questions. So
couple whom I believe you called
he
them
said
a Greek
yes
couple
then. He kind
because
of
their last name is difficult
acquiesced.
to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you,
That's them, yeah.
Couple
That's
from last night, the
okay.
Kolakithis.
And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table.
Correct.
I liked them a lot.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote?
What?
That was one of the texts.
I may just have a moment.
Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn. I don't know. That doesn't sound nefarious to me. I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't sound nefarious to me, but we'll see what happens with this. The texts are pretty funny. The get to the bar or else text from yesterday were
I
hilarious.
placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
I'm more curious why they didn't text before that night.
Who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one,
Okay.
Honestly, I'm more interested in when they exchanged phone numbers because that honestly seemed like you guys have known each other, you socialized together. Why this night? Why these phone numbers? Why this night? Why were they exchanging phone numbers just then? That's very interesting to me. Nobody's asked it, but I'm very curious about it. All right. We are now back from
Transmitted it, then you may know.
sidebar. The judge is reading the exception to the jury. I do like how she does this and contextualizes this. It's the same one we heard yesterday about finding the veracity of the text messages.
In your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe, and this witness Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one, or that this witness was the person who sent the message or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular...
What he just said, this is part of Exhibit 48. So that binder of text messages, this is already in evidence because it's part of the binder of text messages. Already part of the record for the jury.
exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
So now this is being posted on the screen. We're not going to see it. I don't think. Oh, maybe we are. Are the numbers redacted?
So you'd agree that when
the defense redacted the phone numbers so they could show it on the screen. Hey, defense attorneys, that's helpful. Or they had done it at another point in time. But these numbers are redacted. Yesterday, the numbers weren't, so these weren't on screen.
you say it was two text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
Counsel, I object. I object. I object. You didn't read laughing face emoji when you said, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. The laughing sideways cry face emoji is part of the thing. Also, this extraction looks weird.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is
no
a continuation
timestamps.
of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, that's...
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
Right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's...
Look, the other witness's kryptonite was being called a pussy, and that was what got him to the bar. John O'Keefe's kryptonite, and we already heard that he wanted to keep his garage neat, that he made sure people didn't put his shoes on in his house. This might be the thing that was going to be like, you know what, fuck it, we're going to the bar. And we heard from the witnesses yesterday, it wasn't going to let that, they weren't going to let that stand when they were being called out. So again, they're joking.
It's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
They're talking over each other. He's trying to say, sir, it's a joke.
You're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, that's...
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
Right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
They're talking over each other, which the court reporter can't get down.
At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left,
We have no idea when those texts were sent. They don't have time on them.
within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
How many drinks had you had?
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to
Gotta let him finish.
perceive what's going on.
Gotta
You were
let him
still
finish.
in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived that your wife, Julie, didn't want to stay any longer or too much longer?
She had a headache.
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Oh, the
Correct.
glass
And I
under the
believe you
coat.
said either a lime or a lemon?
Thought I said a lime, but yep.
Okay.
He did say lime.
And you assumed that that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to
Yes,
discern that,
Yannetti.
you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay.
Yes,
But
Yannetti.
in any case, Karen did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't
He's,
talking gibberish.
it seems he's trying to figure out where
Correct.
this is going, but it's
She
just
was
going to the
engaging in normal
DUI.
conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing.
Ned, I think they're trying to get to vodka and soda water. Not just like water, but that's not
between the two
uncommon.
of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
Okay. And you didn't,
interactions.
You didn't.
They're
perceive
trying to.
any
She's been
tension
charged with
between
DUI
them, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
or OUI, so
Irregular.
that's why. That's why they're talking about it.
And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total?
Oh, I have
About
water
that, yeah.
between drinks. They said no, like she
from
would
your
have water
observations of
between
Karen-
drinks. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes once you get upwards of 30, it's the only way you're going to make it.
And that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
That's what he's getting at.
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Right.
Okay.
You would have no problem with her driving a car. I wouldn't have thought about it. He wasn't
Now,
going, ma'am, you shouldn't be
Would you agree
driving.
with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
It's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
He's like, what are you asking?
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you
I
left the bar?
hate that phrase.
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the
I
precise
hate that
time that
phrase.
you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a,
Emberly said you don't have to
short
be
clip
that
from the
intoxicated to be
waterfall.
over the limit for OUI, DUI. That's true. The issue in this case is she wasn't pulled over and given FSTs. We don't know when in time blood was drawn. So they don't have anything other than a number, and that number is going to be in question. So the defense is trying to establish with the other witnesses that she did not seem under the influence. So that's part of their defense here, is that she's not under the influence, because they're going to be fighting over the retrograde extrapolation later, for them trying to, the prosecution trying to say that at the time of driving, she must have been at a certain BAC because they took her blood at some later point and then are trying to extrapolate back what it must have been. So that's the problem. For those asking what's an FST, field sobriety test. So you can have in different states, in California, it's like an A count and a B count, driving under the influence when you're not above a 0.08 based on your field sobriety test or other things. So it just depends. But that's more of an issue here. She wasn't pulled over. Bad driving wasn't observed. Field sobriety tests
If we could
weren't done, that sort of thing. So they don't know.
Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly.
So they have to
the
prove
end of
she
the
was
night.
above a .08 at the time of driving.
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Somehow.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it.
Are they going to ask who's that?
Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I am.
I mean, that's a fact.
Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Steve, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
That's fine.
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please.
Because this whole bar is shut down by like, what, 12:17?
Okay. You can take that off the screen.
Jennifer, I agree with you. It's a
So-
problem in this case.
Having now viewed that video with the timestamp of,
And Jennifer said, who's to say she didn't go home and drink more after dropping him off? No one, unless the daughter was home and testifies that she didn't see her do that, which is possible. The niece, John O'Keefe's niece, who was home at the time. But we don't know. That is not in evidence yet. So we just have questions.
12:13 and about 43 seconds or so. Does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple
No,
Street?
he said farther. He said D&E's farther from the waterfall. than
D&E's farther
Waterfall
away
is to home.
from Waterfall than, farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I
Okay.
don't mean to be confusing here.
It's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall and your home.
D&E's
You see the
further to
difference?
Waterfall than Waterfall is to home.
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza
No,
is from
he
the
doesn't
waterfall?
agree. He said D&E was farther
I
to
don't
the
follow
Waterfall.
you. I'm sorry.
Because he doesn't agree.
Okay, so let's take it step by step.
Yep.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall, are they on the same street?
Yes.
mean, that
How
doesn't mean they're
many
closer.
establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct?
He said 7
Your
minutes.
home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know.
Because you said it differently earlier. Earlier, you were saying it was like a 7-minute walk from D&A to the waterfall, and then from the waterfall to home was 5 minutes. For Dana said, can't someone just Google it? No, Google's not in evidence. This witness has to testify to it, or another witness has to testify to it. You can't just Google it because there's no foundation to bring that in, and there's no foundation that it's accurate. So
Oh,
now
I'm trying to work through this because I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get.
they're
the
trying to
answer.
clarify when he gets home.
So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza.
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All
He
right.
did.
The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
And that's not how he testified.
Yes.
All right.
So the defense attorney's clarifying
you have
that
agreed
those
that
two
you left
were
the bar
conflated.
at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think
Can I
it-
see Counselor Tadwell for just a second, please?
The judge is annoyed, but this matters to the defense. The timing matters. I would imagine it's because the defense was asking what time Colin Albert gets home from Brian Albert's house after this witness gets home. And this witness said, I walk home. And then it was like 10 minutes after I got home that Colin showed up. So I imagine that's why it's so important to them to nail down the timing of this. So let's zoom past this sidebar. But it did get confusing, and this witness did
Pointed out to me that I think
this witness did seem genuinely confused about what he was asking.
Thank you.
I think the witness was genuinely confused about what and how this lawyer was asking those
it's been
questions.
pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes?
He said-
Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah. I'd say around 5 minutes, I think, from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now if you're leaving the bar at like close to, 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and
He's going to ask how long it took him to get
a sweatshirt,
ready for bed.
And it had started to snow by that point.
a little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold.
I just wanted to, Barbara made the comment in the chat, it doesn't seem that hard to understand. Barbara, I totally get it. But it's like when I sit at home and watch like Survivor or The Amazing Race, and I'm like, oh my God, I could totally do that. How can they not figure out this puzzle or that flight schedule? Never mind, flight schedules are a bad example for me. Scratch that. How could they not figure this thing out? When your brain is under stress, and testifying is stressful, very stressful, it can be much harder to parse what people are asking in that circumstance than in normal circumstance. It's easier for us to sit here and be like, no, that makes sense. It's much harder on the witness stand. And there were times that I think the attorney and the witness had flipped the times they were talking about and just couldn't get that situated. So I truly don't think in the timing of it that he was trying to be evasive. It seemed to me he truly did not understand, and that the attorney is trying to narrow down that timing. So, I don't put a lot of weight into that, but it is very stressful. And so it can make it harder to do this. So also, they had all been out drinking, and it was 2 years ago. So how long did it take you to walk home in the snow 2 years ago after you'd been drinking and friends? I don't know. And then you have to try to think to yourself, did it take longer because it was snowing? Did I walk faster because it was snowing? And try to give an accurate answer, which is hard. Good to see you, Runkle.
Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that
But the timeline is clearly
in the best case
important.
scenario, you
to
might
the
have had a
defense.
little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you
He was
were pretty
cold.
cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering,
And be
correct?
cold.
Sure.
It's like I was cold.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
I did see.
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And
I don't think he
by that
remembers
point
that.
in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
Okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day
Correct.
till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven,
Sir,
Correct.
as
Is it-
well as other food that you
is it true
serve
that
as well.
all you wanted
Mhm.
was
Yep.
Wingstop? Because you worked 10
And
hours.
you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you
Everyone that does
decided not to
know
go
the
to your
Wingstop
brother Brian
joke
Albert's
will-
house,
will
correct?
Circle
Correct.
back.
That was in part because
To it.
you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right.
'Cause I'm
And so
tired.
when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In my
home?
bedroom.
And
That
is
was
this
a fast
townhouse?
answer.
Or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
That was a fast
Condominium?
answer.
How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom,
All right,
took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
all right. And
Didn't dry off?
do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
Didn't brush your teeth, sir? We
That
have
would have
questions.
been where you brushed your teeth
But yeah,
and
So you didn't
washed
just
up?
jump in.
but I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't
those
do
things.
either of those?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before
Nope.
you went to bed?
Nope.
All right, so you essentially
He's clear on that.
came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
You've worked all day at a pizza shop. You've gone out drinking. You were wet and cold. And you got undressed and just jumped into bed. Didn't take a warm shower. Didn't brush your teeth. Didn't pee. Okay. It'll be interesting. I believe this timing is going to come up with what Colin Albert was up to that evening and coming home. But he's just like, nope, just right in bed.
Did you
Very confused on how long it
fall
took to get
asleep
home.
shortly thereafter?
Very clear on getting directly
Soon
into
after.
bed, right in bed. Do not
Within
pass go,
5
jumped into
minutes
bed.
or so?
Right.
minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19, because I think that's more consistent with what you said, and understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine?
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay, and then
Sir.
you walked up 2 flights of stairs, right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Ran up the stairs because you were cold and didn't take a hot shower.
Okay, all right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
All right. Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door?
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son Colin opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight.
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I
And you
feel
were
a
trying to
transcript
be
coming.
as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be correct.
I feel a transcript coming.
So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
You remember
Well,
everything else
It's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for
because you were asleep.
when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right.
Right.
But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old.
Correct. Part of the year.
I mean,
and
he had a
knew
birthday.
that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain
Counsel?
for the jury who or what is Nebercracker?
What is
What?
Nebercracker?
Yes,
Is it like a
Like the
fluffernutter?
character?
that's what I'm asking.
Like the what?
It's a character in.
Not like a fluffernutter. What in the Massachusetts is happening right now?
Nebercracker.
Never?
What is Nebercracker?
Yes,
Like the character?
that's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you
What is
agree with me that Nebercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Oh.
Mr. Nebercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nebercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nebercracker, correct?
Plugged
believe so.
in?
And-
Counsel, Yannetti, I generally like your questioning quite a lot, but sir, some of your turns of phrases are so confusing. Is your memory exhausted and plugged in? Saved. The contact was saved under the nickname Nebercracker. So when he's saying, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, it's also because they call him the get off my lawn guy. Is there more to this? Now I'm just curious. Now I'm just invested.
This whole nickname started because of a
Maybe we'll find out now.
conflict that Colin Albert
listening.
had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
Oh,
John O'Keefe complained to you.
oh, that was too short. That was too quick. I need to back up because there's more to that story that we don't know in this trial right now. Did you hear how fast he answered that question?
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nebercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, you can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe
he's
told
mad.
you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Look how mad he is. He's not answered anything this fast this entire time. And I think the questions have the effect, right? You knew that the victim didn't like people cutting across his lawn. No. How are you sitting here saying you don't believe that this victim doesn't like people cutting across his lawn when your wife has him saved in the phone as the get off my lawn guy and it's a family joke, and you're texting him that night, get over to the bar or I'll fuck up your lawn? Are you kidding me with this answer right now, sir? I don't believe that answer for 1 second. Can we go back and see it again? Yeah, chat. Guess what? Court casting is like sports casting where we get live replay. Yeah, we can go back and see it again. Look at how mad his face got. Like mad. This line of questioning, I'm going to go back again and look at another time on a feed that doesn't have me talking. But that was a very quick succession of answers. Is Dylan his other son? I've already forgotten.
Started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe. Correct?
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, you can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Okay. So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe...
Then why did
is
you
never
nickname him
proud,
that? That's the question.
and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well,
Your texts
you would agree with me
and your nicknames
that-
say otherwise.
there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house
That is correct.
and you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, you can go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was,
If he doesn't care who's on his lawn, why is it funny to take a photo of you and your wife on his lawn?
he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hands,
He was
correct?
trying to tease him.
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And
And
You
why would
agree
it be
with me
funny
that
if he didn't care?
Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
I mean, that calls for speculation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Calls
Next
for
question.
speculation.
Please,
Yes.
Christine,
I have the photo.
Yeah, I want to see the photo too.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
He got real mad about that line of questioning.
Mr. Albert, I place 2 photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership
fair.
goes, but yeah.
I don't know what the
I know the
easement
town
is.
owns a certain portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And those are fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
I think they're going to put it up on the screen.
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
So
Any objection?
Julie had John O'Keefe saved in the phone as Nevercracker or whatever. He said this witness didn't have John O'Keefe's cell phone number till the
With
night
court
that
permission,
John
maybe you
passed
publish
away.
For the jury?
Okay.
I think we're going to see the pictures now.
With regard to that,
He is
photo,
definitely straddling the fence
is that,
in front of the
well, first
house.
all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
You have the second photo, please?
We're watching your house. They're not like a little bit on the lawn. But again,
Okay.
that's not funny if you don't think it's going
John's
to
house in the background there?
needle him a
Correct.
little bit.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo now. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did the judge rule? I didn't hear it.
Okay. I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
It's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
It's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
Obviously, at the time those photos were sent, which he says April 2021, they had a good enough relationship that John asked them to keep an eye on his home and was still regularly going to his pizza shop and was hanging out with him at the waterfall. And when this guy texted and said, "We're at the waterfall, come on over," he did go over to the waterfall to see them.
Just
So
one other question, sir.
it doesn't seem that John had
When you spoke
bad
to
relationship
Trooper
with
Proctor
them.
on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
That's interesting.
Oh,
That's
I don't
interesting.
remember.
all right. Thank you. Brief redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I bet there is a redirect.
Okay.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you became?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe.
What year?
So that's a
2022?
photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Kin Police. When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe.
Weeks or
Well
months?
after January 28, 2022.
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made more. It made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
That's all
Another was
leading.
about to go to college.
Correct.
Okay, we're still
And
leading.
What, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my,
Objection.
Calls for speculation and
No,
hearsay.
I'm going to allow it.
Why?
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that
It just calls for speculation or hearsay. I don't know why you're allowing it, but you can't just, I mean, I know the defense asked about it. I guess they could have approached because the defense asked about it. But that's an interesting choice. And the defense did say, you'll be able to clarify it. So I don't know if the judge's thought is that this is not for the truth of the matter, but to clarify the house. But that should all just be asked to Brian.
it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting
He decided that is speculation.
older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Hearsay.
Let's move on from that.
But that part got cut down real quick. That's going to
Now,
have to be
with
asked back to
regards,
Brian. Brian can testify we were thinking about it before January,
with regard to your
but
son
Brian
Colin,
has to
when he came
testify
home that
about
night,
it.
You indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home,
Yes.
yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
He heard him.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Did he even see
Saw your
him?
son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point
None.
in time?
That's
And
fast.
you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with
These are
both
very
Brian
fast
Albert and Brian
answers.
Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that night?
None.
Very
Now,
fast.
With regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off.
Is this why John now has a fence? That's my question. His answers got real snappy and real quick there. I wonder if the jury is sitting there wondering why, because it shifted real quick. I'm going to move me so we can see his hand gestures.
Off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's.
Nope, I need to back up more. I just want to see his hand motions.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that night?
None.
Very
Now,
fast answers.
with regard to the Nevercracker, What was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, I think called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John, and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John
This is so much hearsay.
brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
that's speculation.
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence.
Yeah.
He was waiting to give all that information.
Correct.
It just went
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house while he was away.
yeah,
And how did he respond to those photographs?
he thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him, other people, that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're going to wrap it up, Mr. Allen.
One last question, Your Honor. So after you
The judge is
sent,
over this line of
the text
questioning.
message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the walk.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further.
Nothing
Quick
further.
redirect. All right, you are all set, Mr. Allen. And
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going to be just sitting there, let the jurors. It's not going to be too long because we're going to end around 12.
If the witness would just stay where you
Yeah,
are.
please
Thank you.
stay.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, they're ending at 12:30 today. So even a half hour before they normally do.
So jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please.
So the jury's out to take their morning break.
So call about a 10-minute break because I want to get more testimony.
About a 10-minute break. The judge wants to get to another witness. So I'm going to recap that real quick, and then I'm going to take a real quick break because I have to use the restroom and make a coffee real quick. We're going to have to take a stretch break. I'm normally able to handle it. Today, we need a moment, but that was interesting testimony. So let's swoop. We got into the testimony, well, the entirety of the testimony of Chris Albert, who owns the pizza shop that is down the road from the waterfall and then lives apparently up the road from the waterfall. Up and down may vary on where it is because we don't have a map, but from testimony, lives within walking distance of the waterfall. The pizza place is in walking distance of the waterfall. What we heard on direct examination really was that Karen had a glass with like some liquid and a lime in it that she seemed to have brought from CF McCarthy's over to the waterfall and pulled it out of her coat. When they got to the bar, Chris Albert was already there with the group that was already at the waterfall. He thought it was funny. As we got into cross-examination, we saw that Chris Albert had texted the victim, like, "Get over here," or "Where are you? And if you don't come over to the waterfall, we'll fuck up your lawn." The victim, John O'Keefe, had been at the pizza place getting a slice of pizza with Chris Albert earlier not with him. He was working. He went with his nephew to get a slice of pizza earlier, and they had talked about what's happening at that night, who's going out, where people are going. We then heard a lot of conversation about timing. When Chris Albert left the bar, when he got home, how long it took him to get in bed, because the testimony was that his son Colin came home from Brian Albert's that night and opened their bedroom door and said goodnight about 10 minutes after he got home. On cross-examination, it was clarified that it was 10 minutes after he got in bed, but then it seems that he was woken up from sleep, and he said it took him 10 to 15 minutes to fall asleep after he got in bed. There's a lot of variance within minutes in that timeline of when Colin Albert got home and opened the door and said goodnight to his father. The last question of the defense's cross-examination was basically, "But you didn't tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was over at Brian Albert's house that evening when you spoke to him." We also got into the relationship between this Albert, Chris Albert, and Trooper Proctor, and how long he's known Trooper Proctor's sister. And then we got into the back and forth of, hey kid, get off my lawn. The defense asked if that was Colin. The witness said, no, that was my son Dylan, and then gave a whole story that the judge allowed in of, no, one day my kid, before the victim put up a fence on his lawn, my kid was cutting across his lawn because it cut off, he said, minutes of the walk home from school. And John yelled out the window, hey kid, get off my lawn, which the witness said scared Dylan. Dylan went home, told his mom called Jen. Jen told John, Karen, his wife, Julie told, maybe he said Jen. I am confused because he spit the story out so quickly. They called John. John went over and said, I was joking. And then he put a fence up on his lawn. And then this witness, Chris Albert, and his wife titled John O'Keefe in the wife's phone saved contact as Mr. Nevercracker, a character from a movie that didn't want people on his lawn. But he just went very quickly through that whole story. I guess we will see later why all of this ties together. The defense talked about Colin Albert in their opening. I imagine that's why they went so much into the timing and when Colin Albert got home. But the testimony, you could see variations definitely in how quickly he answered, what he didn't remember, how frustrated he got. There were lots and lots of variances throughout that testimony where you could definitely see what the witness was feeling about the questions being asked to him. And now the court is on a quick break. Law nerds, I have to take a very, very quick break, and then we will catch up to court. They are still in real time. It looks like on a break right now, but we will catch up. Court is ending even earlier than normal today. So let me see. The court said a 10-minute break. The court is still on break. So I'm going to take a real quick break. I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to be on break. I'm going to leave you guys with some music real quick, and I will be right back. Law nerds, I will see you back in the chat in just a moment. Let's see. What music are we leaving? We're going with chill. Is that too chill? We're going with sort of chill. Court's on break. Court is still on break. I will be right back. Law nerds, take a stretch break. I will see you in just a second. Bye. Law nerds, guess what? The court took, it must have been a longer than a 10-minute break because court is just coming back as I am getting back. So thank you for giving me the human moment to go use the restroom. It's rare on a stream that we need a break, but today, well, after a very long night and not enough sleep, it was definitely needed. So law nerds, I appreciate you. We're going to have a lot of time to do Q&A because it looks like court is going to be done in about an hour earlier than they normally are. And so we're going to have lots of time for questions. If you put the red question emoji or a question mark or like a Q or something at the beginning of your questions, I can grab them. So yes, I made myself a cappuccino. I like it, a latte. It was so needed. I also have some donuts, which are going to be needed. That was a lot of testimony. That was some interesting testimony. We're gonna see who they call next. Where's my other notebook? I need a new trial notebook. I ran out of this trial notebook. So I need a new trial notebook. For those of you saying 2 more hours, it's not going to be 2 more hours because court's going to be done at 12:30 Eastern time. So that's about an hour from now. It's 11:30 local time. So about an hour. It's a half day. I need it. Glad for it. Will there be court tomorrow? I never know with this court. Their schedule is not transparent and clear. So you guys, you know what it's time to do?
Bring the jury.
Let's go. We got about an hour left of court. I'm real interested to see who their next witness is after all that. Aren't you?
Please be seated. Goes back to session.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
May we approach before the next witness is called, Your Honor?
Okay.
If the court came out and checked in with the lawyers before they brought the jury out, if the court came onto the bench before they brought the jury out, this would allow some of these things to be done. But the court does not do that. And this is why we are sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. It would be much easier if we just if the court just came out before the witnesses took the stand. All right. My guess is this is probably Julie Albert, the wife, but I don't know that for sure. So we'll see together.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I mean, it only makes sense that it would be the wife. That's the order the prosecution's been doing things.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
And how long have you lived with us?
A little over 2 years.
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
My whole life, 48 years.
So this is witness number
And where did you live, just
24.
prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows
Oh,
Avenue?
15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are you?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them...
I think that's the court reporter moving her
They all live with me, yes.
device so she can hear it.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
he owns a restaurant in Canton,
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And
Yeah, there were witnesses chewing gum
618
yesterday.
Washington Street.
It's not a favorite of mine.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe to the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses are on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue,
there we go.
did you have
That was
occasion to
me.
come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there's two houses. There
I'm speeding this up to catch up to real time because we're asking the exact same questions that he asked of Chris Albert like an hour and a half ago.
was two houses between John's house and my house.
Literally cannot.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into that?
I'm surprised they
I
let
think he
witnesses
moved
chew
in
gum yesterday
in
too. It was weird.
2017-ish maybe, and I've probably known him since maybe
Then again, one of the
2019.
lawyers was chewing gum in the Gwyneth
And how would
Paltrow
you
case and nobody
describe
said
your
anything. So
relationship with John?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I
letting it go.
see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street, and we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that that knew you that also knew him?
Yes.
Who were some of those people?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Can't we wait for
Now-
her to testify?
You knew that John had two children that he was guardian for?
Yes.
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
Yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Ms. Reed?
Maybe in like 2021, like, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes. Between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification of
Okay.
identified witness. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
That's something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
This does seem to be
what, if
John's
anything,
group
did
of
you
friends that
have,
Karen
plans for that?
integrated into when they
The next
started
day
dating.
was my nephew's birthday. So a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
And by the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago.
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
That's leading.
And when you say
Nobody
we
objected.
had plans to sort of go out, who was we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friend?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Lolly,
Brian Sr.
For lack of
Yep.
a better term.
Yep.
we have the entire family tree at this point, Lolly. The jury knows that Chris Albert and Brian Albert are brothers.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
Keep
The
in mind,
oldest, yes.
chat, me speeding this up is going to
And so the
change
plans
demeanor
were
a little
that
bit.
evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
of? Is Waterfalls,
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
and from your husband's pizza shop at D&E to the Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or
No,
opposite?
opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else, or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law lived?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
Lived.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before.
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law, Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I mean, sort of you in the plural, so you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece. And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plans to go out
Yep.
and celebrate, didn't end up coming?
Correct.
Why?
And, why was that? If you know.
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to work?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the waterfall, where was it that the three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you. And
There
we
is
just
no
sat down at a
need.
high top table.
Chat, I
right
see you
when walk
asking.
through the door.
I see you guys asking why. You're like, Emily, tell me why. I can't. I have no idea why this prosecutor is retreading the same ground. It's why I turned the speed up to 1.25. So it's a little hard to judge demeanor because I've sped this up to 1.25 because it's the exact same question we've asked over and over and over. This is when I'm waiting for the judge to jump in. She's told this prosecutor to move it along more than once.
Now, from your experience either that evening or prior
And now we're
evenings,
caught up to real time.
On
Damn
certain
it.
nights, does the waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Kind
they
of
always
sort of
have,
entertainment.
Every week's different. They have bands.
Hey, Lolly, was there a band there?
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation
I literally
to the
can't. I literally can't.
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in, and the band was to the right of me against a wall
The
and
band
kind of
was
like
playing
an
as we all
alcove,
slowly die on the
like a
Titanic at
little
this point.
against the wall.
We're
And
going down with the ship,
When you went
Lolly.
there, was the band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
We ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came.
So
I
Caitlin's
don't remember
boyfriend?
exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't
It's the first time we've heard about Morris.
think during the meal part anyone else. I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned,
This is early before everybody else shows up.
Your niece Caitlin and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
Oh, Tristan,
And
not
Mr.
Morris.
Morris, did he
My
stay
bad.
for any extended period of time? Or
I picked
when
the
was
wrong
it
name.
that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember
I like
what
the name
time
Tristan.
exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the waterfall when he was done with work.
Correct. Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10. Maybe. I don't
And
remember
don't want you to
exactly.
guess, just if
Yeah.
you know approximate time.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband, Christopher, comes over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got there?
I
Let me ask
came
you
in. Yeah.
this. He came in. Did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
I'm sure.
What?
Yeah. He probably ordered a drink and
Damn it, Lolly, he just testified. Who gives a fuck if she remembers what he did? I don't think the problem with the witness that is Christopher Albert is that anyone is confused that he went to the waterfall, got a drink, and got some appetizers. That's not the part of the testimony that's a problem, Lolly. Also, chat, just a reminder, be kind to the witnesses. We do not name call the witnesses. I will yell at the attorneys all day long. But here are things that are true about this witness. She is married to Christopher Albert. She is chewing gum. No one has told her not to chew gum. It just is what it is. She's chewing gum. Nobody told her to stop. It's not our courtroom. We don't get to control what they do. So that's all we got. Is that ideal? No. Should the prosecutor have told her? Yes. Should the judge have told her? Probably yes. Doesn't matter. It's happening. It's just happening. All we're here to do is watch. There's nothing else we can do. So we're here.
Just stood by the table, I would think.
And
They don't need any of this information. When did
people
she
in your
leave?
group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
When did you
What
leave?
is it? Do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
I don't even know
And
if she
your
has
husband, what is
any
do you recall specifically what he had that night?
helpful testimony.
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink
Yes.
when he was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
And they
Now,
said no laws when
while,
drinking claws. They're going to testify.
While you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in,
Mhm.
who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Mhm.
And
Is that yes?
you know,
Yes.
thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know
She's
Mr.
annoyed with
Higgins
your
as well?
questions. We don't blame
Yes.
her.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
I just want to know what
Do you
time
know
she left and if
sort of through your
anything
brother-in-law,
relevant
Brian,
happened
is
in
that
there.
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband Christopher arrived?
I don't recall.
Fair point. Tiger in the
At some
chat said,
point
at least this
after,
trial
right?
has
Yes.
character.
Then after
Fair.
they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe.
It's
And
well established.
There was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colitis. They arrived.
We love
I don't know
them.
their first names.
Ma'am.
And
She's like, I don't know their first names. Ma'am, we know them. I'm sorry. They're our favorites right now. Like, we're trying not to pick favorites in the chat. I try really hard not to pick favorites, but the Kolakithises are our favorites. And I don't know if anyone is going to steal the crown because we love them. She's like, I don't even know them. We know them. We love them. We adore them. So she's like, they don't even go here. Ma'am, they're our favorite. Were you not at the basketball game then? Because the Kolakithises are legends of the chat.
John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so we can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
Oh, wait, I'm starting to
And the
miss
other
Elaine a
couple that
little
you were
bit.
talking about, or sort of guessing their names, had you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to...
I'm guessing they don't run in the same space.
If they were at like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around. I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
And I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids sporting events, yes.
God in
And so
heaven,
which
Wally.
kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know?
Do we
Your
give...
kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
Okay. So you would go to sporting events for Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did
None of this matters.
the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember
But
exactly.
after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now, then you mentioned Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in at some point as well.
So you have
Yes.
to make sure you say yes or no, okay? And the other thing you say,
Your Honor, she's bored with the questions because they are so repetitive and stupid. No, I'm sorry. She doesn't know that they're repetitive because she doesn't know what her husband testified to. We're bored. She's just the voice of our board going, yep, yeah. But yes, you do have to answer yes or no.
I assume or I guess, don't answer If you don't know, you don't.
Okay.
And if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came?
Before 11 o'clock?
It's all on video and the video's timestamped. I don't know why we're going through any of this. The sirens are a nice distraction at the moment. I don't know where we're going through any of this.
Okay. And with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And
I
when
wonder if
they
she's
came
seen the
in,
video.
where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
Or she's like, I was at the head of the table.
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And
She
Karen
doesn't
came
know.
in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass
Okay.
and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything like that?
Clear.
And the glass that she had, could you see, so the clear liquid inside it, how much of the glass was full of that?
I don't recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
She said
Yes.
she started drinking it actually, Lolly,
What
but
was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said,
Rhodey?
made a comment like, you're crazy or something, just because
Because
she walked in with the glass.
Massachusetts doesn't play.
Now, did you know where
I don't know
Mr.
how-
O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from?
I
prior
don't
to
know
them getting to the
how
waterfall?
Karen
Yes.
taking a glass from one bar to the other is
C.F. McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that?
helping the
establishment?
prosecution at all.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's just, we know where it is. I don't even live there and I know where it is.
Maybe
Um,
200 steps right
I
next
don't
to
know
my
how it
husband's
helps the
restaurant.
prosecution that she's not finishing her drink at
same
one
side,
bar and
Opposite
takes it to
side.
the other.
Opposite
Maybe
side.
did she buy any other
On the
drinks?
same side of Washington.
She's not
Street,
drinking as fast as the
restaurant?
others.
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF McCarthy's
Yes.
Water.
And Chad,
Yes.
I'm talking over them talking about the location of these bars
Now,
for the 9,000th time.
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to?
I don't
see
think it's the same
Mr.
glass
O'Keefe
because it's
who's
been
at a
described
bar
as a
get
tall
something to drink,
glass,
is that correct?
not like a whiskey glass.
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, about how much time are we talking?
Maybe.
Roll the tape.
10, 15 minutes.
Roll the tape, Lolly. You've got
And
it on
why
the
is
tape.
that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the
She said she was drinking numerous glasses of wine and that she had a terrible migraine. I'm just curious if the migraine started before the wine. I don't know. I avoid wine like the plague because you know what? I get headaches. It's just an interest. Just curious. Just
man being
curious.
so close.
Yes.
I don't doubt she had a headache,
And when you left, where did you go?
Home.
but
And
I don't doubt
when
she had a
you got
headache.
home,
but like, ma'am, maybe the
as
wine.
far as your children on that evening,
Mhm.
who was home, who was out, if you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time. And my middle son
In
was
San
not home.
Diego with the Navy.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that point?
He was in the Navy, and he was stationed in San Diego, yes.
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
Yes. He was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes.
This is all
Was
hearsay.
him communicating with you?
Yes.
That's all hearsay.
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
Also
Yes.
hearsay.
My brother and sister-in-law's, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes.
Also hearsay.
Now,
The defense probably doesn't
while
care.
you were, if I could take it back to the waterfall.
Chat, for
district,
those of you asking, why isn't the defense objecting? Because the defense they brought up Colin Albert in their opening. I don't think they have issue with placing him at the scene or placing him at the Albert's house. And these witnesses are all going to come in. So it's not like it's testimony we're not going to see. So they're just letting her talk. They're not worried about it at all because it really doesn't hurt them in any way. And the jury's probably not even paying attention because like 5 minutes into Lolly's questioning, everybody's like, we know where the waterfall bar is.
Mm-hmm.
So while you were at the waterfall, obviously you see Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in.
If he cared about the
recall what
location of the
Mr.
bars,
O'Keefe
he
was
would have a
wearing?
giant chart like the prosecutors did in the
I know he had a hat
bookstores.
on. He had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
It's well established what the victim's
And
wearing.
from your observations, did you ever see him with like a winter coat or jacket or anything like that?
I did not.
Monica, I don't know if it's only been 5
And
minute. I have
with
time
regard to
blindness.
the
It feels like
clothing
9
that you
years to
observed him
me.
wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything like
Nothing.
that? Now, with reference to your group as far as at
Why?
the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on then?
Just normal. I thought it was just
Jovial.
normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope. Nothing.
And specifically
Speaking
to
of bands,
Mr.
I'm going to a
O'Keefe and
concert
the
next
defendant,
week. I'm
Ms.
very
Reed,
excited.
While you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now,
We could have skipped
at
this
the
entire
time,
witness.
so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the
I hear my
table
door. Hold on.
to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
Now, during the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the waterfall?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
And was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
My teen is home.
And is that something
Because
that she
weather.
mentioned over the course of that
And he
evening
couldn't
once,
find the
more than
butter.
once or something?
Just once to me.
Okay, the timing on the pizza thing is odd.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening.
But it sounds like they had
Yes.
fun getting
And,
drinks
who came
and then
home
going to get
first,
pizza
Your husband, Christopher, or your
at
son?
the shop.
My husband.
Do you know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband, Christopher, came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out. And he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son, Colin, have you been in communication with
Yes.
him over the evening?
Yes.
Wow, that's fast.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son, Colin?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that
So she was waiting up for
Yes.
him.
I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And,
Wow, her answers
so
are fast.
Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep, he came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and he came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as talk to him, obviously?
Yes, we talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I had asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son, Colin?
None.
And fair to say the next day at some point you...
The difference between her and her husband's testimony is her husband said Colin opened the door and was like, good night, I'm home, or I'm home, good night. And she said they had more of a conversation.
You talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
But it's
What, if any, injuries or anything? did you
Very
observe?
swift.
None. None.
So,
Ma'am,
and I know this
let
is
him
sort of hard,
finish.
so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before
The
answering.
court
okay?
reporter must be ready to rip out her hair with this.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning of the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
Sleuthy TV,
I woke
we
up
stand them
about 8-ish.
collectively.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him this birthday?
Oh my God.
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts and I bring them to the house and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
Do you do that for every
And is that what your
one
intention
or just
was
him?
on this morning as well?
Yes.
And is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
I mean, I imagine, ma'am, that being married to a man that has a total of 7 in his family, that's a lot of birthdays. Do you do this for everyone? I just wonder if they're really particularly close with Brian Jr. or if this is what we do with everybody. But hopefully we get to what time she went to the Albert house to drop off Duncan vis-a-vis police being there, the victim being there, and the rest of it. Because remember, she's dropping off donuts to Brian Jr., who lives at 34 Fairview. So the time that we're doing that is curious. Also, I have donuts. So now
Yes.
we have donuts.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
But it was
The phone records would tell us. Are there phone records?
5:55 maybe?
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
Ish.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McCabe?
No, I did not.
And did
You
you
didn't call her back?
or anything like that?
I did not.
Really?
And so after you wake up,
Girl, my bestie calls me at 5:55 a.m. The second I see it, I am picking up the phone and the first words out of my mouth are you okay? What's wrong? That is a very early hour to have a missed call. And you're telling me you didn't call her back? Am I being too critical? Because that seems sus to me. Really? That's early. You call me before 9 a.m., I'm assuming something's wrong. Because my people know me. Ma'am, immediate call back.
at some point you go
That's
to
weird
Dunkin' Donuts
to me.
and get the 6 donuts.
Yes.
And where did you go with those?
What time was that?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house at this point, what was the weather like?
It was coming down. The snow was coming down pretty good.
And
I need to know what time this is, Lolly, because law enforcement said that they had to drive exceedingly slow this morning because it was a MFing blizzard. Their words, all of you can laugh in Scandinavian, Canadian, Michigan, all of it. But the law enforcement all made very specific comment that getting to 34 Fairview required them to go down like a hill, that it was icy, that it was snowy, that they had to go slowly. So I am going to need to know what time this is. If I missed it, I am mad at myself, but I don't think she said what time she went to Dunkin'. Also, is Dunkin' open in a blizzard? Like, is Dunkin' like Waffle House? Are they open or not? What are we doing?
with reference to the house, what, if anything, did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street or anything else?
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that, what was going on at that point?
I don't recall. I don't.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
But what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock. 8:30. I'm
not sure.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway. What did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me
She's very clear
to
on
leave
that.
the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And
you don't wonder why Jen McCabe's at your brother and sister-in-law's house? You have a missed call
and
at 5:50.
Brian Albert.
No, I did not unpause. Even my computer is annoyed with me pausing at this point. You have a missed call from Jen McCabe at 5:55 a.m. And you pull up to your brother and sister-in-law's house and you see Jen McCabe parked there and your stomach doesn't pit out going, oh, fuck, is something wrong? Did something happen? Is someone hurt? You didn't worry at all? You just got out of the car. You don't know what time it is. And then you just got out of the car. You didn't worry for a moment that something is wrong. Not at all? Not? Okay. So there's just something hitting me weird about all of this.
Opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car.
And you're not going to knock on the door?
Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door. And
so now Brian Albert comes to the door. Okay, so all of the Canton Fire Department and Police Department rains down on the man's house and nothing. But you pull into the driveway in a blizzard and open a car door and he knows that you're there? I have so many questions.
he told me to come in, asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving these, get this.
She doesn't want to be there at all. Do you hear? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. We're here for legal commentary. Why doesn't she want to be there at all? She doesn't want to be there at all. But you have a missed call from your bestie at 5:55 a.m. You see that your bestie is there at your brother-in-law and sister-in-law's house, your bestie's sister's house, and you're not worried and you're going to drop the donuts and back out and leave? And you're like, I don't need to come in. Really? Really? She is trying to distance herself as much from this house as possible. And I'm going to back up because her voice does get really shaky.
What was going on at that point?
That's odd to me.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
But what
That's
time was
just
this that you got?
odd testimony.
8:30, 9 o'clock.
Not sure on
8:30?
that.
Around that.
I think she generally doesn't remember that.
You pull in the driveway.
And now the memory kicks in.
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And
this testimony is hard for me. She also said that she always leaves him on the door. Why are you leaving him in the car? It's in the middle of a blizzard. When did you start leaving him in the car? How do you know his car door was unlocked?
Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door, and he told me to come in, asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
And when you walk into 34 Fairview Road on that morning, who, if anyone
He told
else-
her to come in.
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe.
That didn't seem odd to you.
And where were they in relation to the house?
In the kitchen.
That didn't seem odd to you.
What, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
That's all hearsay.
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there, and I was looking around, and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked, what's going on? And another
You have not a single shred of like, guys, what the fuck is happening? You have a missed call at 5:55 a.m. and you're dropping stuff off, and everybody's sitting around with a face, and your immediate is not what's going on.
maybe 30 seconds went by, and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
Why? Because it's all hearsay. Why
I said,
are we
is he
allowing
okay?
it?
And she said, we don't know.
Her statements aren't hearsay. Jen's statements are hearsay. Why, Your Honor, why are we just, I mean, the defense hasn't been objecting, but they're allowed to object now to the hearsay. I don't think it's helpful for the prosecution if Jen has a different story, because she's going to have to testify too. But why all this hearsay?
And after hearing that information, how long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house that night?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up
Excuse
to let
me?
him know what had happened.
What else did y'all talk
And
about
at
in
some
that
point
45
after you go
minutes?
home and wake up your husband. Where did you and your husband go?
We went back to third. I woke up my husband,
She's answering
told him
very
what had
quickly.
happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview, how long a period of time were you there that time?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
Did you drive by
And
John's
after that
house?
half hour or so, where'd you go out?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, they didn't live down the street from John at this time. You didn't want to see what was happening? No. So drove home in a blizzard that concerned law enforcement. Drove home in a blizzard to wake up husband. Didn't call him. And then drove back. Is there a reason you didn't want to call? All of this sits odd with me.
Back home to my house.
I'm
During
bugged.
either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to the questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
For all of you in the chat that pointed out that her husband said he woke up on his own, yes, he did.
Nothing.
This is all going to go to everybody looks fine and normal.
Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to the questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything?
He didn't
out of
ask that about
place did you
Colin.
note with respect
Oh, yes, he did.
to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
When you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
You didn't tell them you were leaving in a blizzard? I mean, I realize they're like on the cusp of teen adult, but you didn't go in and be like, hey guys, we're leaving. Text us if you need anything. You just, okay. Odd. Her husband did say he woke up on his own. He did not say, my wife woke me up and said, shit happened, we're
At
going.
some point,
That's not
few
what he
days
said.
after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
And when you say they, how many of them came to you?
There were 2.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall?
That's
everything.
leading.
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know if that moment's going to help you, Lolly.
When you...
Did she know Trooper Proctor?
When you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening
Leading
before?
and compound, sort of.
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this.
I said sort of as
Hey,
a
Miss Tianetti.
joke at Lolly.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
this
afternoon,
is.
Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
How many of you were just waiting for the cross-examination with bated breath? Because there's something off here that I just can't place, but there is something off here.
You and I have never met, correct?
We'll see if we can place
Correct.
it later.
I just wanted to pick up on a question and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I
It
don't
was
recall.
February 10th of 2022 that 2 state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
I mean, time is
And
squishy.
so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
I mean,
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them,
Him. I'm sorry, him.
okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is
do you have a brother named Jack? Please say it's true.
also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Why is that objectionable?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Why?
Strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Miss Tianetti.
Lolly, that's a close relationship, Lolly. So I think he's allowed to inquire into the nature of the close relationship. Yet that is a close relationship. I think most of these witnesses are going to get defensive when cross-examined. Look, being cross-examined isn't fun, and they're going to be asked about the nature of their relationship with people that they know. But I think it's worse for me at this point. Oh, spinning wheel of death. For me at this point, I think it looks worse for Proctor than necessarily for these witnesses. These witnesses didn't get to choose who comes to interview them, but Trooper Proctor did get to make that choice. I actually think it makes Proctor look real bad that Proctor knows these folks and is still going to do the interviews. Remember, when he starts talking, I'm going to pause it again. Remember, Canton PD has already recused themselves from this case, they say for the appearance of bias, because Kevin Albert is the brother of Brian Albert, where the victim is found, and Kevin Albert works for Canton PD. So Canton PD recused themselves to avoid the appearance of impropriety or bias. And Proctor is the one interviewing these witnesses, even though they have close ties, versus how many other people are in the state police that could have gone and done that interview. Did it have to be Proctor? No, it didn't have to be Proctor. But he chose it. So I think all these questions make Proctor look bad, and he hasn't even gotten up there yet. So.
But you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
Need a time frame, Mr. Unanimous.
Okay. Vague is the objection as to
Have
time.
you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Touche.
Before January of 2022,
Fair.
did you
Touche,
provide
Proctor.
childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
That's what he needed.
2019.
That's pretty close in time.
2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis after COVID.
And during that year of 2019,
They
how
know
often
each other.
did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that
vague.
Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you
Well, that calls for speculation. I imagine this is going to come up more later because she doesn't have personal knowledge as to this, but the prosecutor and the judge both seem to know that this was already coming up. It probably came up in sidebars and other things, but I don't know if she ever provided childcare to Trooper Proctor's kids, but that would be good to know. But that's sustained because it is calling for speculation if the sister recommended her to take care of the kids. If she took care of Trooper Proctor's kids, that needs to come in.
go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
Why?
You've spent time at my.
Why are you sustaining it through this witness? It goes to the connectedness. I don't understand why it's sustained through this witness. The judge doesn't get to choose which witness testimony comes in through. The lawyers do. So Can I explain that to you? No, I don't know why the judge is sustaining that. If your son's a ring bearer in their wedding, wouldn't we want to know? Sure, it might come up with another witness, but I think he's allowed to ask this witness if she was there. Were you at the wedding? Yes. Was your son a ring bearer in the wedding? Yes. Was Trooper Proctor at the wedding? Yes. Those things are relevant. If Trooper Proctor wasn't at the wedding, it might not be as relevant other than you were at the wedding. But I have questions about that too.
Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
There's a pool photo. I wish they had cut the mics a little bit sooner, but we could hear it anyway. They're going to approach. I don't know why they didn't get to ask about the wedding. When I figure it out, I'll let you know. If I figure it out, I'll let you know. I don't know. So we will see as the case goes on who it comes in with. But I have questions. I also don't know if there was a motion in limine on that. There might have been a motion in limine on that. All right, I'm going to scrub a little bit to catch us up in real time. This is a bit of a longer sidebar.
How many times have you been? How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
Say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yeah, seems to be.
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define.
She watches your kid. You watch her
deny
kids.
that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No, what?
Objection, Your Honor. No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead, repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to? Did you say very rarely you talk
Phone.
to Courtney Proctor by phone?
Usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony? That you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame?
Warning, warning, warning.
Do you mean now?
Warning.
Or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th.
Did you hear Yannetti change direction when she gave that answer? He was getting on to a different answer and then went, whoop, wait a second. What did you just say? You could hear him change direction. Remember, these witnesses have testified at 2 grand juries about this, and there are phone records involved. She was saying, we don't talk on the phone much, we text. And yes, for the chat that's saying I could hear his head snap around and say, wait, you said what? There's more there. But again, I don't attribute a lot of that to this witness. It's not her decision who from the state troopers comes and interviews her. It is Trooper Proctor's decision. And it shows that even though Canton PD recused themselves for the appearance of impropriety, that Trooper Proctor took over and is connected to this as well, at least in a way that other troopers should have interviewed these families. We saw in the Murdaugh case, SLED asking people first on scene, do you know what family this is? And they're like, well, yeah, it's the Murdaughs, but we don't know them. SLED, it seemed, tried to have agents from SLED that didn't really know the Murdaughs well roll out. This is their state agency. Couldn't they have chosen someone other than Trooper Proctor? And how did that go down? How did Trooper Proctor end up being assigned to this?
of 2022.
I'm interested to hear what the FBI has to say about all of this when their
Courtney Proctor?
investigation is done.
I don't recall.
Were you?
She heard his
using
head snap round too, and now
Courtney Proctor
doesn't recall to how much they
as
talk on
an
the phone.
intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Today's spicy. Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to talk to Michael Proctor about this case? Of course, the prosecution objected, and the judge is like, no, nope, we're allowing that because it's appropriate.
Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. Do you still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period?
Oops.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Oh, ma'am, your testimony was we don't talk on the phone, we text. We don't talk on the phone, we text. 67 calls in is not we don't talk on the phone, we text. Ma'am, that's a lot of calls.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022, do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone.
Oh, did he give the date? February 1st. That's the first time we've gotten that, the date of the arrest. Okay. I needed to note that down because that's the first time we've seen the date of the arrest in this trial at all. I was waiting for that date. Why are you calling Courtney the day she's arrested, ma'am?
2022, do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
Who called
I don't
who?
recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
Who called who? Who called who? Who called who? Who called who? For those of you asking, the defendant is not in custody.
Sure.
Before I approach, your memory's exhausted as to
I hate that
whether
phrase.
you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long? the
She
two
said
of
she
you
didn't
spoke?
remember.
Yes.
This is unexpected. Well, this is going to be a long and interesting cross-examination. I imagine they're not going to finish today. Maybe they will. Megan said, Yannetti, receipts,
I'm showing
proof,
you a document
timeline,
with a number of.
screenshots.
Just show it to her.
Right, no, I just wanted to point out which one. that I'm
Fucking
pointing out.
everything.
So the third, I was thinking a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes.
Those are
your
phone
memory
records. Phone records
about whether and how
can
long
be hard
you
to
spoke
read.
Courtney Proctor on February 1st of 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
No, I can see it. That I have empathy for. Do you see her lean back? She's like,
You
no,
have a
I
pair
can
of
see it.
readers that I need as well if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like the
Mr.
middle-
Yannetti.
Why is the judge cutting him off? Let him have a moment, Your Honor. It's not really appropriate for him to just be having a conversation about his readers, but whatever.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well, if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
I mean, we all do.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these, and it's like the
Mr.
middle-
Yannetti, just bring them up, please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I mean, I relate. Phone records are impossible to read, and they're very small lines.
It's the third line down.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't.
He shouldn't be having
I
a
don't
whole
recall
conversation
this.
about his readers, but
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record,
She doesn't
it does
recall.
not refresh your memory, that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Don't, it does not refresh her memory. That's where you have to.
she
She
said she doesn't recall.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustain.
Yeah, that's hearsay.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
She
What
seemed
day
to
exactly?
remember.
Of my
This is where their wires are crossed. She seems to remember speaking to Courtney Proctor. She doesn't remember that it's 12 minutes. And that's where the lines are getting crossed. She's like, I can't tell you it was 10 minutes. So we'll see. But that was calling for hearsay.
client's arrest on February 1st of 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay.
She doesn't.
And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with
That's
her
hearsay.
brother?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
It's hearsay.
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
Did she just look dead ass at the prosecutor? She
Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
waiting for the objection.
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st.
I just wanted to see it again.
2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously,
The
if it was
prosecutor
on
sits
that
right in
sheet.
front of the judge.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you notified
That's hearsay.
that
That should
Karen
be
was going
sustained.
to be arrested?
Objection.
Hearsay should be
What
sustained.
did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well,
He's on your brother-in-law's lawn. What do you mean? How do you mean? By the way, because the prosecution has not put forth a timeline at all, it's very interesting seeing the defense timeline of the phone calls. The day my client's arrest. If the prosecution had asked about all her phone calls, it might not seem as damaging. The prosecution didn't ask. So now the impression that we're left with is Karen Reed gets arrested, she's on the phone with Courtney Proctor. Karen Reed gets arraigned, she's on the phone with Courtney Proctor. They have very much lined out, they're having conversations around large events going on with this case, and we don't have anything to refute that because the prosecution never asked.
you that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that
Oh, she took
ultimately
issue with the
you'd
word
probably
involved.
be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
She's not interviewed
Yes.
till,
All right.
what, 10 days
So
after the arrest?
This case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it?
So she's having conversations with Courtney Proctor 10 days, 9 days, 10 days before she's ever interviewed by Michael Proctor. Day after day after day.
Not?
Well, yes, yes,
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
yes,
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
All before you're interviewed.
I don't know about my friends, but
Jen
So is it
McCabe?
your testimony
You
that
weren't-
with all of this going on,
You weren't talking with Jen
you
McCabe?
confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
Never talked to Jen?
not necessarily.
Bring the phone
No.
records.
I mean, clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about this, correct?
Objection.
Interesting. So folks, why don't we end here, right?
Well.
Glasses. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. I'll see counsel at Sabah, the jurors. Thank you very much.
No, just
Closing your note.
jury out. No, just put it on the record. Damn it. I want to hear what time they're resuming tomorrow. They're taking the attorneys to sidebar. I'm going to try to catch up to real time. If this cuts, I'll go to a different feed. Yeah, it did.
Tomorrow morning.
Okay, let's see what the judge has to say. We'll see what the judge has to say about tomorrow. The judge said she was stopping right on time. She's done that every day. The timing is not great, but I don't think the timing is going to allow the defense, I think, some benefits tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a minute. I want to hear what the judge has to say before everybody leaves, but I think the defense is going to actually benefit from when they stopped this testimony. I know some of you are like, the judge is doing this, the judge is doing that. I'll tell you when we.
See you tomorrow morning.
That's it.
See you tomorrow morning.
The judge
All
has
rise for the court, please.
not much to say. Again, we get a view of what a small courtroom this is. So the court resumes tomorrow morning. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I will tell you why I think this is a good thing for the defense. Look, for people to remember things, you need to hear it multiple times. And because they broke over the day, the defense will get to back up and ask some of those questions again tomorrow. I don't think ending there is biased. This judge has ended right on the dot of when they say they're ending. This judge has cut off both sides exactly when. Not even when the question is done. Like, it's 1:00 on the dot, done. Today, the court said they were ending at 12:30 on the dot, done. So it's happened. It's happened for every witness. I don't think that's an issue with this stoppage. I honestly think it's going to help the defense because they will get to re-ask some of those questions and refresh the jury's mind. It also leaves the jury with this witness saying, we never talk on the phone. And then, but the day my client was arrested, you talked. And the day that there was an arraignment, you talked multiple times. In fact, you had 67 different phone conversations. So I actually think it gives the defense a little bit of time to reiterate that testimony tomorrow. That got real spicy, real fast on cross. But this witness is just backpedaling away from everything. Wow. There were a lot of conversations that happened before law enforcement ever interviewed these witnesses, weren't there? All right, let's see if we can summarize that testimony. I'll probably do it better tomorrow because I'm going to have to go back and look at my notes. And there's a few parts of that testimony I actually might go rewatch. Remember, I've maybe abused the fact that we have court instant replay today. I, A, didn't sleep very much last night because storms, and B, am a little flabbergasted at some of the stuff that came up today. So I have definitely abused the let's watch it on the tape situation of court casting today. The jury does not have that benefit. The jury can't rewatch the testimony. The jury has to process it as it's coming in. The jury hears immediately, hey, you guys don't talk on the phone much. Hey, but there's 67 phone calls. Interesting thing. Yvette is asking, I thought no court on Fridays. This court has had court on some Fridays and not on other Fridays. So I imagine we're going to have court. Well, she said we'll be back tomorrow, so we'll be back tomorrow. I imagine as we get into the Memorial Day week, we're going to have some more days off. So this is very interesting. Greg asked if the storms are a trigger for the neurodivergent. No, the lack of sleep is the problem. The lack of sleep makes everything harder. The storms are the cause of the lack of sleep. The lack of sleep exasperates things substantially for me. So when I do not sleep well, my brain does not work well. I think that's true for most of us. I imagine it's a little bit more true for my brain because it's so spicy. Joy Anna said, do we still not have a schedule? No, I have, we still don't. It seems that Tuesday, Thursday off or half days, the court has said that there will be other days off. I'm sure the attorneys know that. We don't know that. That has not been made publicly available. Nobody has talked about it. But today was interesting. I'm going to get to all your questions because, again, court ended a bit early today, and so we'll have time to do that. So let's get to questions. But before we do, let me just remind you of two things. One, you need to get the Lawnerd app. It's free if you enjoy. For those of you who are new, especially, if you just found this channel during this trial, go ahead and pop a 1 in the chat or just like a raise your hand emoji. The Lawnerd app, I will let you know when key witnesses come up. I will notify you when we're starting for the day. If there's any changes to my schedule, I will notify you. If there's any changes for the court schedule, I will notify you. But the second that we knew that the witness today was going to be Chris Albert, we sent out another update so that those of you that had other things to do today and were like, if we're just going over and over who's at the waterfall, like miss me today, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll wait for the quick bit on it. I saw a number of you say, oh, I got the app notification. I'm here for the Albert testimony. As we get into key witnesses, including Jen McCabe, Trooper Proctor, and others, I will let you know when those witnesses are taking the stand in the Lawnerd app. This is a long trial. There's lots of life that has to happen during this trial. I don't want you to miss those moments in court, the spicy ones, right? The key witnesses that might tell us why we're all here, because I still don't know. The Lawnerd app also has updates on things like merch. Some of you already know, if you're in the app, that we have a new Lawnerd cup. Note, this is slightly different than the one on the shop. I like the one on the shop better. This is a little bit matte on the shop. This isn't as metallic, but the Oil Slick Lawnerd tumblers are up in the Lawnerd shop at lawnerdshop.com. There are links to that in the app. The members have known about that, and we wanted to make sure that the members could get those without having to worry about the website crashing, which it does. So this is a little bit more matte on the tumbler that you get. The Lawnerd stands out better. I just haven't gotten mine yet. These were our initial tumblers, but this is what they are going to look like color-wise. I love Oil Slick. I love the little pyramid spikes on these tumblers, but we are going to be doing down the road. This is not an example of it. This is the inspo. Down the road, we will be doing some cut glass tumblers and others as well. I love a good tumbler. Love it, love it, love it. So if you are also interested in what we have on the Lawnerd shop, we have the tumblers on the Lawnerd shop, and we have our designs for Pride Month on the Lawnerd shop. we put a discount on those. Some years we donate to charity with the Pride launch. This year we did a discount on it to, instead of donating, Lawnards, if you want to donate to the organizations you love, awesome. We just discounted everything for you when you pick up that merch. So we have, I'm going to show you real quick, we have a few new designs in the Lawnard shop. So let me show you what we added. Hopefully you enjoy them, but we enjoy them. So let's see. Let me go to Lawnard shop. Did I plan this well? No, I sure did. I sure didn't. But lawnardshop.com is where you're going to find all of the merchy things. So we are 15% off purchases of $45 or more. We have deals for our members in the member spaces. We have our new, we went with a very, very bright, neon inspired rainbow this year. And we have all of our different Lawnard Pride and Lawnard Unite items. But if you look at the tumbler, it's a little bit more matte than this one's a little bit more metallic. So if you are interested, all of the new Lawnard merch is up in the Lawnard shop. Should I make myself a little smaller? Yes, I should. So you guys can go find all of that there, including the handle bags, the different traveler mugs. So Lawnards, if you would like to show your Lawnard pride, support your Lawnards and your LGBTQ Lawnards, absolutely, the Lawnard shop is where to do it, and there is a discount on the whole shop. So Lawnard Pride, I love the way these look. They are in our very bright neon inspired merch. So stickers, the mugs, the mega mugs, all of those are up in the shop now with that sale, because that's what we're doing for the sale. So hopefully you guys enjoy those. Go ahead and pick them up. Some of the things will be available year round. Our community has asked for that, but these will be up through, everything will be up through the end of June, and we will go from there. So we wanted to give you plenty of time. We wanted to make sure the discount was there for you. This year, it was we need to, discount it for the Lawnards. And then if Lawnards want to make their own donations during Pride Month, you can. Team Baker can, but we wanted to discount the merch this year for the birthday and for everything else. So we are going to get into the rest of it, but that is the merch. So we will do that. Sonia said, motion for a cut. Hold on, Sonia. I saw it. I'm going to it. Wait, where did it go? Oh, no. My super chats are not saving. I'm going to have to refresh myself in a minute. Sonia Butler said, motion for a cup with a straw and a handle. So Sonia, these cups, the large tumblers, I don't know if I have one on my desk. These have the ability to have a straw, so these handled mugs can have a straw. I don't remember off the top of my head if they show up with one or if I stuck one of my straws in them. And I don't think I have one sitting on my desk. I think it's in my kitchen. But you can put straws into the travel mugs with the handle, so those can go there. Lawnards, I am going to have to refresh myself because my super chats are not saving. Miguelina, just so you know, I have... Miguelina, you told me how many you saw. I'm going to tell you how many I saw real quick. I have 5. So you can let StreamYard know that I have 5. Question, are they heavy, metal, or plastic? The handle mugs are metal and the tumblers are plastic. These are not the Starbucks ones, but they are the same quality as the Starbucks ones. So if they don't come with a straw, you can put a straw in the travel mugs, which is what I do. I don't know if we can ask our distributor to put a straw in them. I will take a look and see if I can. So with all of that, I don't know why they're not saving, but Miguelina, they are not saving on my end. So let me go refresh. I'm going to put on some music for you guys. I hate to have to bounce as we're doing questions, but I have to be able to pull those up. So, oh, nope. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Nope, that hurts my brain. That's the music that I like. I will be... just one moment as I refresh this. Sorry, you guys. I need to get to the questions. All right. Sorry about that. We have been having some issues with all of the saved and pinned stuff not saving, which is frustrating, but I know I'm not the only one. And we have worked with StreamYard on it. It is still an issue. I know it is not just an issue for me, it's for the platform. We will figure it out. If I miss something, I apologize. Let me swoop and see if I can summarize this last witness and then answer your questions. So let's do that and then get to Q&A. This was a lot. At the end of the half day of day 8 of court, after the court took their morning recess, we got into the testimony of Julie Albert. Julie Albert is the wife of Chris Albert, the Canton Town Selectman, who also owns the pizza shop that is near the Waterfall and CF McCarthy's in what seems to be downtown Canton. Her testimony on direct examination often felt like, why are we here though? She mostly talked about when she arrived at the waterfall, which is consistent with the video when she left the waterfall because she had a migraine, that she had been drinking wine before she left, and that when Karen Reed arrived, she saw Karen pull like a tall glass, I don't know if she said tall, but a clear glass out of her jacket that had liquid in it. I don't know if she said that it had a lime in it or not. It had liquid in it, and that she made a crack about her bringing a drink or something in the glass from the other bar into this bar. And then shortly thereafter, she left and went home and got in bed. But even though she left and went home and got in bed, she was not asleep when her son came home sometime after midnight. She also said that she and her son had a bit of a conversation when he got home. She did not notice any injury to him or anything out of sorts. That contradicted her husband's testimony that said the son just kind of opened the door and said goodnight. But that's where we're at with that testimony. And then we got into the next morning. It was her testimony that she regularly takes Dunkin' Donuts to her nephew, Brian Albert Jr., for his birthday. And that when she got up that morning, she had a missed call from around 5:55 a.m. from who she described as one of her closest friends or best friends, Jen McCabe. She did not call Jen McCabe back, she says, and she went over to her brother-in-law's house to leave donuts for her nephew. She said she got out of the car, and this was sometime after 8:39 a.m., got out of the car, went to go put donuts in Brian Albert Jr.'s car, which she said was unlocked, and then saw Brian Albert Sr. come to the door, and he said, come inside. And then she stopped and said, would you come inside? And then she said, no, I'm just dropping off donuts. And he said, you need to come inside. But she also said that she noticed Jen McCabe's car was there, but didn't say she thought anything of it. So she gets a missed call at 5:55 a.m. on a Saturday in a blizzard. She goes over to her brother and sister-in-law's house to leave donuts. She sees her best friend's car. Now remember, her bestie Jen McCabe is also sisters with Brian Albert's wife, her sister-in-law. And when she is invited inside or told to come inside, she's like, nah, I'm good. You don't want to know why your best friend is over at her sister's house that early in the morning in a blizzard after missing a phone call at 5:55 a.m. You don't have any questions about that at all? And then she gets inside. She talks about everyone who's inside at that time, which is Jen and Matt McCabe, her brother-in-law, Brian Albert, his wife. And I think she said Caitlin Albert was there at that time, but I would have to refer back to my notes. And that they were all sitting in the kitchen talking. And then it took about 30 seconds for them to say something happened to John. And she was like, John who? And they said, John O'Keefe. And then this witness left the Albert residence at 34 Fairview, went home and woke up her husband and said, something happened. We're going back over to the Albert house at 34 Fairview. And then they left and went back to 34 Fairview. Her husband's testimony is that he woke up on his own and sometime later his wife was there, but he was still laying in bed. Then we get into her relationship with Trooper Proctor's sister. So the witness, Julie Albert, is very close friends with Courtney Proctor, the sister of lead investigator John Proctor. Trooper Proctor, I don't remember if his name was John. Lead investigator Trooper Proctor. The witness, I know I need a whiteboard at this point. The witness's sister, Julie Albert's sister, is also very close friends with Courtney Albert. Courtney Proctor, this is why I need a whiteboard. Michael, I'm in the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John up in here. It's just, I have conflated all of the Catholic names at this point in my brain. Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, is friends with the witness's sister and very close friends with the witness's sister. They grew up together. This witness used to provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children 2 days a week. The defense asked, did Courtney Proctor tell her brother, Trooper Proctor, that you could provide childcare from them? And because that is speculation and hearsay, that was immediately objected to and sustained, but the question is out there lingering, and now I have questions about it. Then we learn that from this witness that though she and Courtney Proctor are close, that they don't talk on the phone much. She said, no, we mostly text. And then the defense brought up the phone records and started asking about the 67 phone calls the two of them had shared in a fairly a year and not even a year, a few months period of time. Then they got to the point that some of those phone calls were happening the day that Karen Reed was arrested, the day that Karen Reed was arraigned, and there were numerous phone calls on the day of the arraignment, both before and after, one of them for almost 30 minutes. The defense asked this witness, were you using Caitlin Proctor as a go-between to talk about this case with Trooper Proctor? And the witness said no. And then we got into the 67 different phone calls, or started to. We have not finished cross-examination yet. But it's clear that the witness, Julie Albert, Chris Albert's wife, is very close with Courtney Proctor, Trooper Proctor's sister, spending time at the family pool, spending time with Trooper Proctor's mother and father at the family pool. Their kids are spending time together. All of it making more clear to me that Trooper Proctor should never have been the one interviewing Chris Albert and Julie Albert, and maybe others in the Albert family. It was a very interesting cross-examination. Some things were recalled with a swiftness and quite a bit of clarity, and others were not at all. Cross-examination on that is going to resume on Friday morning. I think there's probably a lot more to go about these phone calls with Courtney Proctor and this witness. I think there's more to go with the relationship between the Proctors and at least Christopher and Julie Albert at this point. And there's lots more to go about the whereabouts of Colin Albert and when he left Brian Albert's home. So my question that I'm left with at the end of day 8 is, how did Trooper Proctor end up being the lead investigator on this case when Canton PD recused themselves for the appearance, they say, of impropriety because Brian Albert's other brother, Kevin, well, one of his other brothers, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer, and the home and the crime scene where the victim was found is Brian Albert's home. How did Trooper Proctor not also say someone else in the state police should be the lead investigator on this case? And I think the defense has some pretty strong theories about why that is. I'm very curious as to how that assignment happened. Very, very curious. Aren't we all just now waiting for Jen McCabe's testimony and Trooper Proctor's testimony? Isn't that what we're waiting for at this point? I know I am. We'll see how this turns out at the beginning of day 9. Let's get to your questions. Lots of questions in the chat. Allie asked, is there a Koberger update coming? Yes, it's going to be on the Emily Show podcast next week. I'm going to be recording that with the members behind the scenes at what, if any, point this weekend, sort of, kind of, at some point this weekend. I'll be covering that a bit this weekend. Interesting case. Question, can the defense call Proctor if the prosecution does not? Yes, they can. The prosecution does not have to call every witness on their witness list. The prosecution does not have to call the lead investigator. If the prosecution chooses not to call the lead investigator, I'm going to have a whole bunch of questions for them because I think it will look terrible. But then it forces the defense into the position of having to do the direct examination of Trooper Proctor unless they can have Trooper Proctor declared a hostile witness. That means a witness in opposition. It doesn't mean like emotionally hostile. It means a witness in opposition. And then you can cross-examine that witness instead of direct examining that witness. So you can ask those tighter leading questions. It's going to be, I don't know if I've ever seen a case where the lead investigator was able to be called to testify and wasn't. And by that, I mean, hadn't passed, moved out of the jurisdiction and retired, and the case was super old, cold case, and they assigned a new lead investigator. I don't think I've ever seen a case where the prosecution hasn't called the lead investigator. So if they don't, it's going to be real interesting. I'm going to look real bad. Question, isn't Michael a state trooper? Are the Canton police the same as the state troopers? No. Michael Proctor is a state trooper. It is a separate agency. That is the state agency. Canton is the local department. The state agency handles death investigations in that local area. Depending on where you live, there's a lot of differentiation in how this happens. But in the Murdaugh case, there's local law enforcement, and then there was SLED, which was the state level law enforcement. This happens in a lot of places where there will be a state agency, and then then multiple local agencies. And depending on the state agencies will deal with the roadways. Sometimes we'll have the homicide investigative unit, have more of the crime labs. It really varies state by state, and in this case, Commonwealth by Commonwealth. But yes, they are the same. They are different agencies, but similar to what we've seen in other cases. Will she go home and discuss this with her husband? She shouldn't. I didn't hear the judge re-admonish the witness that she is still on the stand. She can't discuss her testimony with anyone. The prosecution should admonish her. I bet the defense will ask, though. I'd be very surprised if the defense did not ask that question at the beginning of the testimony tomorrow, or the cross-examination tomorrow. Ro Mama said, is there a trooper that doesn't know the players in this case? I mean, I can't imagine that the state police department doesn't have someone who is not from Canton and grew up elsewhere in the entirety of the state of Massachusetts. I'm sure that they do. So yes, the prosecution can call Proctor if the defense does not. Stephanie said, guy drank 4 beers in 1 hour and then drove. A lot of people in this case drank and then drove. Nobody has asked much of it because they are moving right through it. So that's sort of where we're at with that. But there's a lot of that, and they've kind of zoomed through that testimony. But yes, yesterday he was like, I knew I only had an hour. So he's like, I was just kind of drinking beers and then driving. How many, if any, waterfalls are in the bar? The waterfall, I'm guessing none because we haven't seen any, which is disappointing to me. Jen said, I think the jacket was just an unfortunate misremembered item. The EMTs had been on many calls since then. I don't know if it is, because we heard in the opening statements that when Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and the other Albert showed up at 34 Fairview. Was it the other Albert? I'm blanking on the third name. But when they showed up at 34 Fairview, that they tried to do CPR and tried to warm him up. It might have been that someone who showed up with Karen Reed put something over Carrie Roberts. Thank you, chat. Put something over him. I was absolutely blanking on Carrie Roberts. We haven't gotten to that testimony. I'm interested for that testimony too. So it could have been that it was somebody else's jacket and the EMT didn't connect that it was not the jacket that they were wearing because somebody took it off and they were focused on life-saving measures. We're just going to have to wait and see. But it looked like somebody at the very beginning was pulling like a blanket or something and shaking it out. So we will see what happens with that testimony. But I don't think it was the victim's jacket. But before any of the law enforcement showed up, the defendant, Carrie Roberts, and Jen McCabe were on scene interacting with the victim on scene. I mean, interacting in that they weren't talking to him. He was unconscious, but doing things on scene. Jen B said, so glad you and your family are okay. Thank you. We definitely had some wild weather, but we are all good. I know our neighbors a bit to the south are not as much down in Columbia. And Murfreesboro got hit quite a lot yesterday with that storm as well. Shelley Lundy says, sounds like hey ye, no R's in Boston. I mean, the hear ye is a little bit different, but I kind of love it. I've never heard anyone start with like, God save the Commonwealth, ever. Matt Bond said, hello, spiffy, legal mumbo jumbo talkie sister from another Mr. The Floofs say meow. Don't forget to boop the floof for me, Matt. Good to see you. Melanie said, do you think the weather conditions being so different affected the jury view the other day? I don't. I think it gave them a sense of spacing. And the reason I say that is because there's a fire hydrant and a flagpole. If there wasn't a fire hydrant and a flagpole, I might think about that a little differently because law enforcement never measured distance to the curb. So there would be no, there wouldn't be as many reference points. But with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, there are some landmarks that can help them get a sense of orientation for that. So let's see. If the state doesn't call Proctor, can the defense call him and declare him hostile? There's a process to go through to declare a witness hostile, again, meaning that you can cross-examine them, but we aren't there yet. But yes, they can. Verbal said, will the autopsy show discrepancy between the amount of blood he had in him and the standard amount of blood a typical body his size would have? I have no idea. We haven't seen anything about the autopsies yet. I have no idea. I'm sure we'll see notes about the autopsy when we get there. It surprises me they haven't put it on yet because the state has not proven that someone is dead yet. They have proven that someone was dying, but they have not proved that someone was yet dead. They're going to have to prove that at some point. I just don't know when in their timeline because they seem to be chunking witnesses together, like law enforcement that showed up on the scene that morning, witnesses from that night. So I don't know where in their view of the case that's going to go. I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet, but maybe they're leaving that for the end. Sell Me B said, can Proctor plead the fifth on the stand by the FBI investigation? If so, what happens then? There's a lot of hypothetical in that, Cell, and that's not your fault. But I will say, as a general matter, when somebody pleads the fifth, meaning they don't want to answer because it could incriminate themselves, it goes question by question. So it would be I'm not answering this, but I am answering that. And it happens in front of the jury. And then some jurisdictions, there will be a jury instruction about what the jury can consider with it or not. I don't know if there is such an instruction in Massachusetts. I would have to look, but it would happen in front of the jury and it would go question by question. Ro Mama said, why was the prosecution the ones to present the info on the alternative version of the case? Would you have mentioned Colin? I don't think there's any way around it. The prosecution has to get out ahead of some of this evidence if they're going to give their witnesses a chance to explain and not have it come up for the first time on cross. And a lot of it's coming up for the first time on cross. RMQM said, since the court reporter has spoken, can the court reporter put inflection with the words? No, because it's all distilled to typing. And I don't know if the court reporter is speaking more of a shorthand, not just directly repeating what they say, but no, there's no inflection in the record. So even if there is inflection in the way that the court reporter says it, it's not reflected in the written record, which is the record of the case, not what the court reporter says. Let's see. Who tipped the FBI? Was it the defense lawyers? I have no idea how the FBI investigation started. I have no idea. at all how that started. So we will see. Question, do you think we'll get a boom gotcha confession? No. But we've had a few moments where it's like, I'm sorry, you say you guys don't talk on the phone often and there's 67 calls on the phone records? That's a little strange. Can the Law Nerd shop make a leak-proof insulated bottle? I spill everything. I can show you what we have in the way of water bottles. Give me 1 second, because we do have some water bottles. They have not been as popular as the handle bottles, so we don't have as many of them, just based on ability to not do everything. But let me pull up our drinkware and show you what we have, because you asked. So where are our water bottles? The stainless steel water bottles are stainless steel water bottles, but they are very well sealed. I travel with these. We can put them in more designs. They just haven't been tremendously popular, so we have not made a ton of them. But we live here now. We have I have questions, which is like an I have questions repeat. We have objection, hearsay, and then the Law Nerds icon water bottle. So we live here now is a lot of fun. So we do have some stainless steel water bottles there on the shop for you, and those have the lid. I have not had them ever leak while I travel, so that's where I'm at. Let's see. I have the stainless steel bottle and it doesn't spill at all. My daughter steals it for school. My kids take mine too. So we definitely have that. I'm going to get to some more of your questions. Do you think the weather? Oh, I answered this, Melanie. That was a good question. Pondered Mom said, and I pulled this earlier because I had a story. Pondered Mom said, my husband insisted on getting married on his birthday so we wouldn't forget our anniversary. My husband's grandparents, his grandmother's birthday was February 14th. They also got married on February 14th. So it was her birthday, their wedding anniversary, and Valentine's Day. And he would always joke, I can't get it wrong. I will always remember this day. So it's funny, but it's definitely a thing. Stuart said, good afternoon, EDB from a sunny Wingen in England. Actually making it to a live for a change instead of replay crew. Good to see you. And today was a busy one. Holly Solo said, because of the second degree charge, do we think the Commonwealth actually has something significant against Karen Read, or has she been overcharged? I wish I knew at this point, 8 days in, but I don't know. I don't know what else they have. I don't know if they have anything else, why they didn't lead with that. Their opening statement wasn't clear. When the opening statement's clear, you can be like, oh, well, they said this was coming. I can't even be like, well, the state said this was coming, because I don't know. I don't know. And 8 days in, I really wish I knew. It's incredibly frustrating. Cora Savage said, in North Georgia, weather is still weathering, but mostly massive thunderstorms and rain. Glad you're safe. Hope everyone stays safe. Distracting myself by watching a different kind of shitstorm. Yes, shitstorm. It is that type of year. Thank you for being here after a stressful night. I'm doing my best to be at my best. Well tired. Brandy Rose said, if Karen Read is found guilty and the federal investigation determines the state investigation was improper or evidence was planted or compromised, would that overturn a verdict, or would that be left for appeal? It's too many. It depends, unfortunately, Brandy, for me to be able to answer at this point, because there is so much context there. It depends what the FBI determines. That would definitely be brought up on potentially a renewed motion to dismiss, not on a appeal. There are things the prosecution could do. I don't know if they will, but there's a lot of circumstances there that could go different ways. Would it have an impact? Absolutely. So yes, it would have an impact. There are different ways that can be tackled. If we ever have results of an investigation, it seems that we know there's a federal investigation, but that's about it. Cleopatra, thank you for the compliments on the Tumblr. I very much enjoy it. I love a good oil slick. No Strazy NT, good to see you, says, I suspect he's coming off weird because he's a town selectman in Canton and he's not used to someone else in control with a gavel. I mean, being examined is weird. So it's strange. Miguelina, to answer your question, yes, I have been, and not consistently that I've noticed. So sorry, chat. We're just trying to deal with the stuff on the back end of StreamYard starring stuff. Katie, good to see you. Why didn't Colin see John O'Keefe on the lawn? I mean, at this point, we don't know that he didn't because nobody's testified to it. But the defense made that point in their opening that if all these people left the party after Karen Reed supposedly went home, though the timing's not super clear, but the timing we have from the video is that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe left the bar before 12:13, and then it was like a 5-ish minute drive over to Brian Albert's house. And Chris Albert left the bar a little bit later, walked home, got in bed, fell asleep. So it would seem, timing-wise, that Karen Reed would have dropped John O'Keefe off before Colin Albert left to go home. And before everybody left to go home. But we don't know. So Moxie said in the chat he thought he was in a snowdrift. There weren't drifts of snow at that time of night yet. If John O'Keefe was there at that like 12:30-ish time, there weren't snow drifts yet. It was just beginning to snow. So I don't know. But we don't have a clear timeline of that from the prosecution. And you would think if the timeline was irrefutable and showed what they said it showed, we would have that by now. Let's see. Luke said, how often do you actually see someone to love you, Emily? I don't know what that was referring to. I'm sorry. Why doesn't the judge just overrule it when there's an objection instead of re-asking the witness herself? Because some of those shouldn't be overruled. And I think she's trying to clarify, but I don't know why that's her practice. Instead of just saying, I don't know why she says they can have that or he can have that instead of sustained or overruled. It's odd languaging. There's a lot of odd languaging to me in this case, and I try not to be too put off by it because every court operates differently. Hey, look, South Carolina talked about a cloak of righteousness in their jury instructions, and they sign all their affidavits, further affiant saith not, which I love. But regional languaging is something that if I have not worked there, I will point out when it is different. It's different to me that the judge says, I'll let him have that. It's like, you can take it. That's not really an overruled. That's not really a sustained. That's like a met. It's like a sure. It's the judicial sure. Sure, I'll let him have it. It's odd to me. But it's odd to me that the defense attorney is saying, is your memory exhausted? And the witnesses are like, what does that even mean? Like, what? And Lolly says, what sort of, if anything, who, if anyone, was doing anything sort of on this day? So I don't know. I just don't know. What are your thoughts on Proctor pleading the fifth if he does take the stand? I don't know. I don't know the nature of the FBI investigation. I don't know the nature of what they're looking into with Proctor. I don't know how much he knows. I don't know, but he's the lead investigator. Chris Albert says he woke up 8:30. She says she got to 34 at 8:39. There is definitely discrepancies in timing. The discrepancies in timing I'm not super fussed by because I'm sure the defense has their phones and it shows where they went. And when I just wake up, I don't know what time it is either. But yes, there are discrepancies there. I don't know if those are the biggest discrepancies I'm worried about. Brandy said, do you think Karen will testify? If you were defending her, would you suggest she testify? I've never worked as a defense attorney. I don't know what those conversations are like. At this point with this evidence in, I don't know why she would need to. There's nothing I've seen where I'm like, Karen has to explain that. If that changes throughout this trial, I'll let you know. But there's nothing there where I look at this defendant and go, if she doesn't explain that, we're done here. I'm not there yet. Question, Gretchen Voss, journalist, is on the Commonwealth's witness list, but she's been sitting in the press in the courtroom. Is that a potential issue? everything's a potential issue, but there is a witness sequestration unless there was an exception for that witness, which is always possible. We just don't know. But it's not as that courtroom's not so big. It's not like they're going to lose somebody. They would be aware she was there and somebody would have to bring it up. But there might be an exception for media. I don't know. It depends on what she's on the witness list for. So Luby Lou online says, in this lady's defense, my sister and I regularly talk on the phone for an hour plus, and I could never tell you what was said, anything and everything at once. But then you would say, I would think, oh, we talk about everything. I don't know what we talked about on that specific day. The problem with the testimony for me is not, I don't know what we talked about. It's, we don't talk on the phone, but then yes, you do. That's the bigger problem. So could you please do a quick bit explaining all the names and how they're linked to what? I can try based on what we have now, but it would only be based on what we have now, but I can try. Or I'll put it up in the community tab, like an index of who's who so far. And that actually might be more helpful to just put up a written index of who's who and put it in the app. Anton said, who, if anyone, is sort of not looking forward to certain points of trial today? What, if anything, can be done about it? The amount of words in a single question is real hard. It's real hard for me to follow for sure. Let's see. Emily, the jurors are from the city's town within Norfolk County. They purposely excused anyone that lived in Canton. Catherine, thank you. I hadn't seen that. Thank you. Lolly is the definition of fuckery questions. They're so bad. Do we know if the Alberts have ever stated John never entered the house? They weren't there. Chris Albert and Julie Albert did not go back to Brian Albert's house. So they would not have firsthand knowledge of that. They weren't there. Marianne said, LOL, in Australia, light beer has nothing to do with calories, means lower alcohol. Interesting. No, Strazy and T said, yes, the defense is alleging his son is the culprit, and I assume that the Commonwealth wants to have him nullify that accusation by having him say his son was home. The defense was not allowed to get into third-party culpability or third-party guilt in their opening until, which is not just specific to this case, that's appropriate, until the evidence bears out that theory. So if the defense is going down that route, then they need to develop that through their cross-examination and testimony before they can just throw that out there. You can't just be like, couldn't it be so-and-so? I don't know if the defense even needs to really answer that question. Like, they're not obligated to prove Karen Reed didn't do it. The state is obligated to go from, presumption of innocence and move the ball towards guilt. The defense's job is not to move the ball towards innocence. They get to stay there and fight against the state's case. I don't know how much the state has moved the ball in any of this. I'm waiting to see what actually shifts it from your presumption of innocence to this is why we're in court. This is why the prosecution thinks that this defendant did this thing. And we are 8 days in. And we know that they all had a lovely night at the bars. We know that they had a lovely night at the bars and that the victim ended up on the lawn, that he was taken to the hospital, that Karen Reed was distraught, tried to give him CPR, that everyone else on the scene was not distraught, that no one else came out of any of the houses, but that law enforcement lives also across the street and gave to one of the officers red Solo cups, but then stayed in their home. That there were no looky-loos on this street at all, that there was snow at some point, that the fire department has to clean the apron of their building, and that we are now getting into witnesses who are very closely connected with the lead investigator. That's kind of where we're at. I don't know how any of that moves the ball. Witness looks like, I don't remember which witness we were talking about today. My brain cannot process. Brianna said the third-party defense is that this man's son is the murderer. My demeanor would change too. They probably are aware of that. The jury is definitely not. Is it me or does this witness seem defensive? There was a lot of defensiveness. Will we, the people, be privy to what the juror who raised their hand did, saw? No, we will not. Emily Leonards, tomorrow is my birthday. Christina will be in court. Happy birthday. EDB, I'm a bit lost with this questioning. What say you? Me all day, every day with this trial. Body language says a lot. There was a lot. Fight started via potato skins. Don't know about that. Let's see. What is the benefit of the narrative type of questioning versus just directly questioning the witnesses? Happy at heart, I don't know what you mean by the narrative type. Generally, witnesses aren't allowed to give a narrative at all. You have to ask questions and elicit an answer. If you're talking about the prosecution saying 17,000 words to get to a question, there is no benefit of that. It's confusing and I hate it. Just at all. Diane said that comment is giving Rottenborn reading JD's text. I think it goes to the defense theory of the case that there was something going on that was less than friendly about the victim's lawn. We're just not there yet. Like sexting and Depp v. Heard was being presented as nefarious. At this point, it seems like they were all poking at one another, and it seems that that is not uncommon within this group. That doesn't surprise me, but we haven't gotten to whether that poking was less than friendly. But if it was less than friendly between Chris Albert and the victim, would he have given him his cell phone number that night? It seemed that they all were collegial with one another, but we haven't gotten into everybody that was there. We've just gotten into these two witnesses. We haven't heard from Brian Higgins yet, who was supposedly having amorous texts back and forth with Karen Reed. We're not there yet. We haven't gotten to Brian Albert yet, who was also at the bar messing around with Brian Higgins. We haven't gotten to any of that yet. So, Chelsea Rama said, I can't believe his wife let him in bed, wet, dirty, no brush teeth, whatever. I would object if I was her. I mean, if she was still awake, she says she was. She went home with a migraine. I just don't know. Anna I said, your flight comment reminded me watching a live stream of the strongman competition recently, and one of the coaches said she flew her athlete to the wrong city once. What was the city, you ask? Charleston. That's hilarious. It's me. It's me. CJ said hubby was trolling me this morning about being a law nerd because I quit law in college to study anthropology and now can't function without enough EDB. I think there's a difference between studying law and enjoying law in this form. Very different things. And it's okay. Anthropology is fascinating. They're not so far connected. My brother is a bike automobile because he got hit by a car. I'm assuming, Jade, what you mean is saved in your phone as, and that's funny. I mean, the things people joke about within their friend groups can be appropriate within the friend groups. I try not to judge it too harshly because we are on the outside of it. So we'll see. Biff Thundermuffin said this is a pretty sad attempt to establish motive for Colin. We're definitely not there yet. Becca Doug said it's amazing to me that these witnesses can recall as if it were this morning, but don't recall other details because it was so long ago. Becca, that's the demeanor the jury gets to evaluate. If the memory is foggy, is it foggy? If specific details are remembered or if they're now being told, the jury gets to decide that. Let's see. St. Katie said it wasn't a joke. It was intimidating. It was an intimidating troll. This is regarding the wreck your lawn or next, which would be fine if it didn't end in murder. I guess we will see what will out. I don't know if the prosecution will have anything else on that other than the defense theory of it. Heather said, do you think he is just being protective dad mode or defensive, like trying to hide something? I don't know. I might evaluate it differently in light of evidence to come, but there were definitely points that he got defensive and I noted it. It just stuck out to me. Let's see. Will we be privy to what was going on with the juror who raised her hand? No. I know a couple of you asked that question. Do we know if Boston PD IA did anything with a Boston PD found dead in the yard of another Boston PD? Feral Dragon, I don't know that. I know there are investigations into this case. The jury's not going to know that. After this case, will I be curious about that? Yes, because I think there would probably be questions within the department. My kid's personal Uber driver, wish more trials had the fun accents. I mean, South Carolina had that really smooth, buttery Southern accent for most of the witnesses, and especially the judge. Not many accents in Depp v. Heard. So just a different thing, but we'll see. TMHC said, is this true crime? Is this why people watch First 48? I think you can chat. Let me know. Do you consider this case true crime? I mean, it's a crime. We're still not quite sure what would happen. I think it would definitely count. Repetitiveness because not much else to offer? Maybe. But then just try your case. Don't annoy the jury. Otherwise, they're not going to remember. Who feels like we were playing Clue, the Boston version? Maybe. Call and use the dog in the front yard. I don't know about that. But it does feel like we're having to work real hard to piece it together when generally you should be sitting there as the prosecution puts things in and go, oh, this goes to that. Oh, this goes to that. None of that is happening for me. Ms. Squirrel said, question, Emily, do you recall the most boring trial you had to work through back in the day? I didn't really find any of my cases boring. I thought they were fascinating. Sometimes they get repetitive, but no, I didn't find any of my cases boring. I don't think my jurors did either. I was always fascinated by the cases that I had. Some were harder than others, definitely to prosecute. Some cases I was like, what we're not going to do is file this case. But I was not bored as a DA, that's for sure. Rosebud 26, thank you for the gift of memberships. 13 Flags said, I can't wait for Trooper Proctor's Cross. Honestly, 13 Flags, I can't wait for the direct because I think it's going to be real awkward for Lolly. Real awkward for Lolly. I was resting my eyes while listening to that 67 times woke me right up. 67 phone calls. Colleen, thank you so much. But EDB, wouldn't she go home and ask her husband what to say tomorrow? The defense is going to ask about it. In my opinion, it's like a cliffhanger for a soap opera. I really feel like we don't know what's coming at the end. Like it's like the end of Vanderpump Rules, and it's like, that's the end. Well, that's a surprise. And then Tom Sandoval being like, whatever, that's good for me. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm very interested to see what happens in the Vanderpump Rules reunions. I don't know if they're going to pick up filming again. I don't. Harmony said, focus on Karen Reed with the glass could be to, quote unquote, prove she's drunk. I mean, if that's all they have, they really shouldn't be charging an OUI. The juicy species spicy because this feels like a beautiful belated birthday present for EDB, our 25-year-old legal legend. Thank you. I will take it. Ronnie said, what, if anything, prevents the witnesses from discussing and or watching the feed they're told not to? And they are admonished not to. I mean, technically, they can be held in contempt for it. I don't know if that would happen. Oh my God, I meant how often do you actually see someone found not guilty in a trial like this? I mean, we're not at the end of the prosecution's case yet. I will give you a better feel at the end of the prosecution's case. I mean, the cases I took to trial, there were very, very, very few not guilties, but also the cases where I'm like, I mean, I don't know how anyone's going to prove that. We didn't file them. So generally, there shouldn't be a lot of not guilties because they shouldn't be filed. The prosecution standards for my jurisdiction and ethically should be everywhere is that if you can't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, you don't file the case. That doesn't mean the defense doesn't bring more things forward, but also early on in the case, if the defense brings a ton of stuff forward, cases can be dismissed then. They can be filed and dismissed. If the defense is like, actually, you need to look at all of this, cases can be filed then. Cases shouldn't get to jury if there's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt to sustain them. I'm waiting to see what that is. I just don't know. I don't know where we're at in this case. It's very frustrating for me this many days in. I just don't know where we're at. So I can't really give a good assessment. I'm waiting till we get to the end of the prosecution's case. I'm waiting to see when they move the ball off of the middle. We're still at the middle. Anna said, ma'am, I have never even talked to my best friend that often on the phone. This is rarely for you. Yeah, I would have to look at my phone records to see how often, because I talk to my bestie like daily. But if somebody said, how often do you talk to, the people saved in my favorites list, I would say frequently, if not daily. Don't tell my mother because I talk to some of them more than her. Don't chat. There's 17,000 of you here. Just, my mom doesn't watch. She doesn't need to know. And if you're watching, hi, Mom. now's an interesting time to start. The only thing I'm doing 67 times on the phone is law nerding. That's a fact. Maybe she doesn't remember because Courtney wasn't the one on the end of the phone. Grace? Lauren says, so spoke over a week before Michael Proctor interview? Frequently. Courtney Proctor and the witness spoke frequently before Michael Proctor interviewed the witness. The witness looks like she is going to toss her cookies. She did not look happy. Defense needs to ask why she didn't call and wake up her husband when she found out what happened after. Why were the only calls made and no follow-up text to her? Or if I'm the defense, Stephen, I might not ask the question. I might just argue it. I might just argue that they didn't want there to be a text record trail. I might argue that they didn't want there to be a phone log. No one's mentioned the family dog at all. We have heard no one mention the dog yet. So none at all. The tea hasn't been this hot since the Tea Party. I mean, it's a lot. I like the Boston Tea Party reference during a Massachusetts case is one you only really get to make during a Massachusetts case. Well, yet another example of why the defense wanted the jury to be able to see the witnesses. Yes. Question, what happens when Karen Reed gets acquitted? Will a different police force look into the case? Sonia, the FBI is already investigating. But if there is a not guilty, generally it does not trigger another investigation. Things happen in trials where not guilties are rendered, where cases aren't proven, where they're close. I mean, when you look at the Hannah Gutierrez trial, I think most people went into that trial with like, okay, it's the armorer's job though. But is that charge heavy-handed? Is it really what they're charging? How clearly will her duty be proven? But the prosecution is like, you had one job and you didn't do your job, and we've got all these police interviews. But that's a case that if the jury came back a different way or on a lesser charge, I think most people would have been like, is this heavy-handed? So there are cases where things happen and it doesn't always trigger an investigation. We'll see what happens in this case. Camerano said John was OCD, explains the yard. I think Camerano was talking about his friend being fastidious. I don't know if we will ever know if the victim has any diagnoses, which is why I don't really bring it up. But I think we know that he was particular about keeping things in order. And I think that is okay. Duck Berg, woo. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Curious how often they talked on the phone before. Yeah, so am I. Hannah said, honestly, I just worry that at some point the jury is going to feel like, why are we even here? None of this is adding up. I mean, I think they're probably already there. I am. ADHD, Launer, you taught me so much about neurodivergency. Yay. Thank you, Luke. Let's see. At this point with the relationship they had, I don't know why she didn't just stay until she saw him go into the house. I do that with everyone I drive. I don't know if she did or if she didn't, because we haven't heard from her. I don't know if we will. She does not have to testify. I don't know if they argued, and if we will see if they argued about not wanting to go to the after party, and she dropped him off and was like, look, if you want to go, go. I'm going home. We don't know. But when they left the bar, they all seemed to be perfectly happy. And apparently Jen McCabe was kind of grabbing Karen Reed and saying, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. So why didn't Karen park and they just go in together? I don't know. Colleen said, sending good vibes. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're just about done. My brain is tired. So that one Friday off was a court national holiday. That makes sense. It was May 1st, right? So Bentley said that's not a fight worth killing over. No, I agree with you. I mean, we haven't seen anything that makes any of this make sense yet. So Garden Lover said, if the jury comes back not guilty, is there recourse for the prosecution being denied a continuance? No. The defense also asked for a continuance. The defense has some more recourse if she's convicted. If she is acquitted, double jeopardy attaches, and that is the end. That is the end. The prosecution has no recourse on most things. even if the judge makes some bad calls against evidence, and this is in a broad sense against evidence with regard to the prosecution, there's not much the prosecution can do with it. Prosecutors don't have the same ability to appeal things afterwards. But you know what they do have the ability to do? To choose to charge the case, to choose not to charge the case, to choose what charges to bring on the evidence, to dismiss the case if the evidence changes. So they have a lot more control at the beginning. The defendant has more rights to appeal at the end. And that should be used judiciously. So, with all of that, y'all, I need to go and get some lunch. Thank you for being here, Law Nerds. We will be back in court tomorrow. Get some sleep. I hope the stormy weather does not get to you where you are. It will be good. So let's see. Evie says, how long to die in the snow? That's what ultimately ended his life. And we haven't gotten there yet, or die in the cold. We haven't gotten there yet. So one last question. Mick of Time said, EDB, did the witness yesterday say that Karen Reed mentioned going to the pizza place? The witnesses yesterday said that group was talking about it. So they didn't remember who. They said the group was talking about it, and it might have been Jen, but they didn't know, to the best of my memory, that the group was talking about, are we going to go get pizza or are we going to go somewhere else? So that was a broader generalization. So with all of that, Law Nerds, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for making this the #1 place to watch trial coverage. There is new stuff in the Law Nerd shop for you, and that information will also be in the Law Nerd app. So go check it out at lawnerdshop.com. Don't forget to download the app. Do the YouTube things on the channel. Get some rest. It's going to be early. I'll see you in court tomorrow morning. Bye.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.